Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay German. I'm the convener of the Stop the War Coalition. I'd like to welcome all of you to London here today for this historic conference against war, for peace, against militarism. And I know that London is famous and Britain is famous for our Palestine movement. We have had 35 national demonstrations and thousands of local demonstrations. And we are really proud of that movement, but I'd like now to ask the representatives of our movement here in Britain to come forward onto the stage just to welcome you as well. Agenda, but I would just like to introduce some of the people here. Firstly, the 6 organisations who are all represented here today who form the Palestine Movement Coalition, which is the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, Friends of Al-Aqsa, the Muslim Association of Britain, Palestine Forum Britain and CND, as well as Stop the War. So welcome to all of those. Welcome to our honoured guest today, Mustafa Barghouti, who we are so pleased has joined us here from Palestine. Welcome to the wonderful campaigners for the prisoners, the many prisoners who are in Israeli jails, and I'd like to thank them all in the Red Ribbons campaign, which is about supporting and defending the Palestinian prisoners. We have the Global Alliance for Palestine here as well, and we also have 2 or 3 other people I would like to mention. One is Stephen Kapos, who is a Holocaust survivor who has been one of our main campaigning organisers in this movement over the last couple of years. Thank you. And I would like finally to say a couple of words which I know everybody here is aware of, that our movement is constantly being criminalised and that we have seen the terrible sentences for the Filton campaigners, and therefore I'm happy that NIDA is here representing the Filton campaign. But also we have, in terms of our own demonstrations, we have had 2 of the leaders of our movement, Ben Jamal, who unfortunately cannot be here today, who was the director of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, and Chris Nynam, have both been convicted for the terrible crime of trying to organise a demonstration and lay flowers at the BBC. And Sophie Bolt from CND and Alex Kenny are still awaiting trial. These are huge issues for us, so as well as campaigning for justice for Palestine, we also campaign to defend civil liberties. So please enjoy today. I hope this is going to be a great step forward for our movement, and thanks to everybody who has built the Palestine movement, and thanks to everybody here.
après-midi. Buenas tardes. Assalamu alaikum. I am Danielle Obono. I'm a member of the French Parliament, and it's truly an honor and a pleasure to be co-chairing this first session of the International Meeting Against War with the incredible Kate Hudson. We have inspiring speakers that will address this conference throughout the afternoon. So without further ado, let me introduce you the first speaker, who is Fran Heathcote, General Secretary of the PCS Union, and who spoke at the Paris conference last October. Fran?
Thank you so much for inviting me here today. The aims of the trade union movement, which represents the interests of working class people, and the aims of the anti-war movement are indivisible. Last year, I attended the International Conference Against the War in Paris, and it was a fantastic event, such a great atmosphere, with people in an arena, thousands of people from across Europe, committed together to building a more peaceful world. Earlier this week, I was in Dublin as part of a conference bringing together 28 trade union organisations from 15 countries, organised by the European Trade Union Confederation, which represents 45 million workers across Europe. That conference was agreeing a plan to develop trade union capacity in conflict resolution and peace building, and to develop the role of trade unions in humanitarian action and defending international humanitarian law. My members have been clear that their solidarity is all with the oppressed, those suffering under illegal wars from Iraq to Palestine, from Ukraine to Lebanon. We have also seen how Putin's invasion of Ukraine and Trump's bombing of Iran has had huge and devastating impacts on the living standards of working class people all around the world. Food prices and energy prices have spiked because of these conflicts, so beyond our humanitarian solidarity, war is a real issue that has a material impact on the lives of workers all across the world. And right now, the UK government is talking about far-reaching cuts across government departments, from the National Health Service to Social Security, to fund a new drive for war, with the threat posed by Russia being talked up as justification. There is no doubt that Putin's illegal invasion of the Ukraine was an aggressive act. But 4 years into that terrible conflict, Russia has failed to advance and become bogged down. The idea it can fight a war on several fronts, let alone come rampaging through Europe, is fanciful. And the UK already has higher military spending in cash terms than every EU nation bar Germany. And as a share of GDP, our spend is higher than Germany, France, Italy and Spain. Military spending by Germany and the UK alone is higher than that of Putin's Russia. The EU as a whole dwarfs Russia's military spending, and that is why this international conference against war is so very important. We need to come together and make the case for social security, for our National Health Service, for education and against war. The slogan, welfare, not warfare. For more money in diplomacy and aid, not limitless increases in weapons and warfare. Who wants to live in a country with shiny new bomber planes sitting idle while record numbers of families are homeless and millions of our children's lives are scarred by poverty? Who wants new battleships when the NHS waiting list means access to vital health care is effectively rationed and social care remains a national disgrace? The UK government has set out an ambitious target for new green homes and for new renewable energy infrastructure, but instead they seem to want to prioritise investment in more military spending and environmentally damaging AI data centres. We need investment that creates a future of green jobs, environmental restoration and peace, not investment in death and destruction. The Labour Party may well change leaders soon, and it needs to change course as well. PCS has been proud to support the Stop the War coalition from the very beginning, and we have been proven right to do so time and time again. Whether it was disastrous wars in Afghanistan and Iraq under Blair, the Libya conflict under David Cameron, or today's attack on Iran. We have been proud to march with the Palestine Solidarity Campaign against the war and genocide in Gaza and the ethnic cleansing of the West Bank. The political class have got it wrong time and time again, but the people in the UK and around the world have been proven right to oppose war and to stand in solidarity with all of those under attack. And PCS, my union, will continue to do so. Let's continue to be a movement for peace and for social justice, solidarity, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Fran, for those inspiring words, and thank you for your solidarity and support for our movement. I'm very delighted to welcome our next speaker, John Trickett. John is Labour MP for Normanton and Hemsworth, and he's chair of the editorial advisory board of the Tribune magazine. Welcome, John.
Thank you very much indeed. Comrades, friends, brothers and sisters, we were told for more than half a century that there wasn't enough money to pay people a proper income when they went to work for a living, or to pay for our services. And we were told there wasn't enough money to tackle the climate crisis and all the other problems facing humanity. But suddenly, I've got an extra minute from that. Suddenly, money has appeared as if from a magic money tree. And what's the money for? It's for war and for rearmament. And when you think about it, it is completely immoral that we've been told for so long that there is no money, and suddenly it's been found. Her Majesty, the only elected President von der Leyen in the European Union, wants a European army, unaccountable to anybody. Think about that for a second. But my point is this, that the West is already armed to the teeth. If you ask how much money is spent on defence by the European Union, the UK, Israel and America, it amounts, which is 11% of the world's population, but they spend 60% of all the money which is spent on arms. 11%, and we're paying for it, working people, our movement, providing 3/5 of all the expenditure on arms in the world. And when you boil it down, what does it amount to? £330 million per hour, every hour of every day, of every week, every month and every year is spent on defence. But in that same hour and all those other hours afterwards, 900 people die somewhere in the world from extreme poverty. And who's paying for all this money, for this £300 million an hour? It's us, it's the working class. It's people who work for a living. They pay for it in taxation, to pay for arms. We pay for it because we're paying increased tax for food and other things. We pay for it because prices are rising. Somebody's telling me to calm down. I'm getting excited. And also for food manufacturers and also for the petrochemicals industry. Okay. Oh, right. I beg your pardon for ceux qui vont traducir mes mots ou mis palabras, lo siento. Now, that is the situation that's in, that amount of money being paid for by working class people. It's not being paid for by the large arms corporations, by the petrochemical industry, or even by those who provide food to feed our people. It's paid for by us. And it's a betrayal of our common values of humanity, of the importance of human life, and of our planet. All of those things go by the board. And so the money is available. It's appeared to come from nowhere, but we're being told still there has to be austerity. So in the UK, our government has said they want to spend more money on arms, but to pay for it, they will reduce the amount of expenditure on welfare and other services. That is immoral. It's wrong and it shouldn't be allowed. What I would say is this, though. There is another war to be fought, a war which we should fight, a fight against poverty, against hunger, against unemployment and all the other problems which besiege our common humanity, as well as fighting for our planet. And that war should be against the extremely wealthy individuals. Bear in mind, 50 people own half of the wealth in our country. And it's extraordinary. In Europe too, we've seen, and in America too, the billionaires, and now we see the first trillionaire. None of that is acceptable. So our answer is to look at our enemies and see that it's a global, interconnected corporate movement of billionaires and large corporations. That's our enemy. They are the ones who are building the death machines. We need to build an international movement. We are many, they are few. And that is what I believe this conference is starting to do. Our war is for our common humanity, for the preciousness of all human life, not to see people dying when there's enough money to feed everybody. And so let me just finish with this thought. We will not have peace unless Palestine is free and justice for the Palestinians. But I want to send a second message to the madman in the White House. Get your grubby hands off of Cuba. Cuba also should be free. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much to all our speakers. I'm going to ask the following speakers to speak close to the mic because we got translation, and to speak slowly so that the translator can do the best work. So now, here comes Richard Burgon. He's a Labour MP for Leeds East, and he's the chair of the Socialist Campaign.
2026 began with Trump bombing Venezuela and kidnapping its president. Since then, we've had threats to Greenland, the ongoing arming of Israel's genocide, and a murderous war on Iran, causing great harm to the people there and driving up prices worldwide. Some people think these are the acts of a madman, but it's something far more dangerous. It is a plan set out in Trump's new national security strategy. Trump's security strategy is a new form of US gangster politics, where might is right, where the international rules established after World War II are ripped up because they stand in the way of American power. That system was far from perfect, but Trump's alternative will make the world more dangerous for everyone, including here in Europe, where Trump's strategy makes clear he wants far-right parties in power, and his billionaire allies are pushing hatred online to achieve that. But Trump's strategy places one region in its crosshairs more than any other: Latin America. The strategy is explicit. Latin America, its resources and its 700 million people will be a US colony. Trump's strategy says the United States will, and I quote, reassert and enforce the Monroe Doctrine to restore American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere. It's a vision of domination. Venezuela was just the starting gun, not just an oil grab of the world's largest oil reserves, but the start of a new power grab to dominate an entire continent. And make no mistake, Cuba is next in line. Because to control an entire region, you must first defeat those who most consistently resist domination. For decades, Cuba has been a beacon of independence, an example of national sovereignty over resources, proof that a small country can refuse to submit. That's why Cuba is deemed a threat. That's why Trump believes Cuba must be broken. And that's why we must now build the biggest movement of solidarity with Cuba. Because no nation on earth has shown greater solidarity with others than Cuba. Where Washington sends bombs around the world, Cuba sends doctors. Where the USA backs genocide, Cuba helped to defeat apartheid in South Africa. I recently visited Cuba on a humanitarian delegation. Not a single drop of oil had arrived in Cuba for 3 months. The hardship was immense. The cruelty inflicted by Trump was plain to see, but so too was the dignity, determination and resolve of the Cuban people. We must stand with the Cuban people against Trump. Trump will not stop with Cuba. He will seek to crush every progressive movement across Latin America. No government that challenges US domination in any form will be tolerated. It will be a counter-revolution against everything Latin America's progressive movements have won over the past quarter of a century, against sovereignty over national resources, against using national wealth for healthcare, education and public services, against greater regional integration that reduces dependence on Washington. None of that's acceptable to Trump, and to prevent it, Trump will prop up far-right fanatics across the continent, attack democratic freedoms, violate basic human rights, crush popular movements, just as the USA did in the 70s and 80s, when it backed military dictatorships across Latin America and armed death squads. Hundreds of thousands of people were murdered, tortured and disappeared. And in conclusion, that is why the struggle for Cuba's sovereignty is not only a struggle for Cuba, but for the future of Latin America and self-determination the world over. The great Cuban poet and fighter for national liberation, José Martí, once declared, "Humanity is our homeland." And today, standing with humanity itself means standing with Cuba as a key step in defeating Trump's push for endless war. Solidarity.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you for those powerful words. I am pleased now, proud indeed, to welcome 2 exceptional anti-war activists. We have Igor Romanchuk from Ukraine and Andrei Demidov from Russia. A big welcome.
I am a Ukrainian. I come from a country where Russian bombs and missiles continue to kill civilians, and millions have been forced to flee their homes to escape the horrors of war. But acknowledging this fact does not imply the support for the Ukrainian oligarchs, the Ukrainian government, or the policies they pursue. All too often, we are presented with a false choice. We are told, either you support Putin or you support Zelensky. Either Russian chauvinism or Ukrainian nationalism. Either one ruling class or the other. But people in Ukraine, Russia, Britain, Sudan or Iran are not obliged to choose between different ruling classes. Under the banner of freedom and democracy, Ukrainian ruling class demands that people sacrifice their lives for an authoritarian system that keeps millions in poverty whilst enriching a privileged minority at the top. Whilst Ukrainian elites buy themselves luxury apartments in Monaco and country estates near Kyiv, the cost of war falls on the shoulders of workers, students, pensioners and poor families. It falls on the shoulders of those whom the Ukrainian authorities mobilized for this war against their will every single day. Those who oppose these policies in Ukraine today face criminal persecution and imprisonment. In March this year, Ukrainian pacifist Yuri Shelezhenko was detained by Ukrainian police, denied access to his lawyer, and reported physical abuse. He remains under criminal persecution. Left-wing activist Bogdan Sirotyuk has been imprisoned since 2024 for opposing NATO and calling for solidarity between Ukrainian and Russian workers. And just earlier this week, Natalia Kozachenko, a mother of a minor child, has been sentenced for 5 years for criticizing Zelensky on social media. Real solidarity with Ukraine means supporting Ukrainian people and not their regime. And any military or financial aid that ignores this issue is a crime against the people of Ukraine. Ukrainians want to defend their homes, families, and their freedom of choice. But what freedom should they sacrifice their lives for when all they see around them is poverty, injustice, and political repression against even the mildest dissent? The key question is not how to force Ukrainians to fight, but rather what kind of Ukraine would they actually want to defend. A Ukraine without forced conscription, linguistic discrimination, and political repression. Ukraine that belongs to majority and not to the oligarchs. A Ukraine that strives for peace and not endless war and dictatorship. Immediate peace is the primary interest of Ukrainian people, not capitulation as the ruling class is trying to portray. If the Russian leadership rejects the peace, we must seek allies within the Russian society, among the deserters, draft dodgers, migrants, and all those who oppose this war from below. Russian deserters are not enemies of the Ukrainian people, but natural allies in this struggle against this war. And those who reject the war need legal protection and the means to support their lives after the migration. This is one of the most practical ways to help the cause of peace today. People today are caught all over the world between Western and anti-Western imperialisms, which differ only in the faces at the top. And this is why we need a strong international anti-war movement today. It must show that there is an alternative to endless war based on the shared interests of ordinary people from both sides of the front lines. We call on all conference participants to join anti-war international movements, organizing trade unions and activist groups, support conscientious objectors, deserters, refugees, and all those who reject this war from below. As Peace from Below and post-Soviet left, we oppose Russian imperialism, NATO militarism, and any policy that sacrifices ordinary people to the interest of states and oligarchs. Thank you.
Bonjour camarades, je vais m'exprimer en français parce que la France m'a accueilli après mon émigration forcée. Merci au peuple français, héritier de grandes révolutions, et j'espère la tour une autre à venir. Je représente l'Union des gauches post-soviétiques russo-ukrainienne coalition La paix par en bas. Mais je suis russe. Mes camarades, ils restent en prison en Russie. Et les autres continuent l'activité clandestine et ils ne peuvent pas relever leur nom. Et c'est moi qui les représente aujourd'hui. Les médias occidentaux et les élites politiques répètent sans cesse qu'il n'y a pas de résistance anti-guerre en Russie. C'est faux. Après 4 ans de guerre, la résistance devient enfin massive. Mais il s'agit rarement de manifestations ouvertes. le plus souvent, ce sont les armes des faibles. Sabotage, insoumission, désertion, refus de participer à la guerre. Aujourd'hui, des milliers de Russes demandent à la justice de les emprisonner pour désertion plutôt que de retourner au front. Mais la plupart des déserteurs, on est en contact des groupes déserteurs en Russie et à l'étranger, c'est vrai. Mais la plupart des déserteurs sont tout simplement renvoyés des forces au front. On recense au moins 120 000 cas de désertion depuis le début de la guerre. Alors, quel est le principal problème de Poutine aujourd'hui? Un manque de chars? Non. Un manque de missiles? Non. Le principal problème de Poutine, c'est le manque de volontaires pour l'armée. Les gens résistent. Les gens résistent discrètement, individuellement, souvent sans organisation ni représentation politique. Et c'est précisément cette résistance passive des millions de personnes qui devient la plus grande menace pour la machine de guerre de Poutine. C'est pourquoi nous lançons aujourd'hui une campagne internationale de solidarité avec les déserteurs russes. Mais le régime de Poutine a trouvé un allié inattendu. C'est les gouvernements occidentaux qui veulent refuser tous les Russes qui participent à l'armée entrer à l'Union européenne. C'est pourquoi il fait ça. C'est logique très simple. Il découle de logique d'hégémonisation les gens qui sont dans les autres côtés de la frontière pour justifier les hausses, augmentation des dépenses militaires, dégradation sociale, serre sociale, etc. L'armée a lieu des hôpitaux et des écoles. Mais cette même logique permet à Poutine de se maintenir au pouvoir, car la peur de défaite est son principal atout politique. Et qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire? Nous montrons des millions de Russes au-delà de la frontière, ils trouveront des alliés, des amis, et non seulement des sanctions et des châtiments. Nous leur montrons que l'autre avenir est possible. Non pas une victoire militaire, non pas un accord entre dirigeants, mais une paix qui vient de la base, une paix fondée sur autodétermination, la démocratie et la solidarité entre les peuples.
Thank you so much, Igor and Andrei. Solidarity. This is what solidarity and internationalism looks like. Our next speaker is Motin Ali. He is the deputy leader of the Green Party of England and Wales. Motin?
The last time I was at a Stop the War demonstration, the Daily Mail took a picture and plastered it all over the front page to say that I was supporting Iran and the Ayatollah. So for the Daily Mail journalists today, there's going to be some interesting headlines for you for tomorrow. Let's see what they can come up with. But right now, the world is in a real dangerous place. That demonstration that I last came to was to stop the war against Iran, an unprovoked attack led by Israel. Israel has been allowed to bomb the Middle East without repercussion. They committed a genocide in Gaza. The Lancet estimates over 200,000 people have been killed. And Israel tries to pretend that it was fighting a just war. What it was trying to do was fight and take land, and we're seeing that replicated in Lebanon right now. As long as rogue states like that are allowed to go unchecked, there can never be peace. As long as they can attack a nation that hasn't attacked another one. We have a world where we impose sanctions on countries that disagree with us. But Iran has just had all the sanctions lifted. A war that was completely unnecessary. Thousands and thousands of lives lost for no reason whatsoever. Lives lost only for the military-industrial complex to gain strength. We had a by-election in Makerfield very recently. And Labour's trying to rebrand itself with Andy Burnham as a leader of the left. He's not a leader of the left. There's a risk that he's continuity Starmer. When asked about the situation in Gaza, he refused to call it a genocide. And now he's tweeting about cutting welfare to support more warfare. Now, I represent one of the most deprived areas in Leeds. I have mothers calling me up because they can't put shoes on their kids' feet. And we have a situation where poverty and the gap between the rich and the poor is constantly increasing. We have more millionaires and billionaires than ever before. And that's the time that Andy Burnham wants to cut welfare to support warfare. To line the pockets of the rich. To line the pockets and give more power to the military-industrial complex. It's time for a real party of the left. And that's where we come in. We have to stop our infighting. We have to make sure that we can rally behind one point and say, right, if we want change, we've got to be the ones to drive that change. No one's ever going to be perfect. No party's ever going to be perfect. But we can do what we can do to try and make it perfect. And we can make sure that any political party out there, we have enough influence to make sure that they're campaigning and fighting for the issues that are important to us. The Green Party has consistently stood for the right of the Palestinian people. In 2024, we passed a resolution to call it what's happening in Gaza a genocide. Right now, we have motions going to conference to root out or call out the very cause of the conflict in the Middle East. Hey! And to everyone who's fighting this cause, you have my solidarity. When I was elected, I said a sentence that got me dubbed as the Gaza Councillor. So I'm going to end this speech with those same words, and I want you all to repeat them with me. We won't be silent. We will raise our voice for Palestine. We will raise our voice for Gaza. Allahu Akbar!
A big thank you to Mothin Ali for his powerful words. And I'm delighted to welcome our next speaker, who is Lorena Delgado Varas, an independent MP in the Swedish Parliament and a member of the Thumud Flotilla for Gaza. Welcome, Lorena.
Thank you. Comrades, I stand before you as a member of the Swedish Parliament, but I speak to you today not as a politician. I speak to you as a comrade, as an anti-imperialist, as a member of the working class community, and as a mother. We're entering a new era of global war, and the warmongers are all over us. In Palestine, with the genocide, Lebanon, Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, Sudan, Congo, Mali, and in all the countries where they're beating the drums of war by attacking our democracies, our welfare, and our children's futures. Obviously, this is impacting all our areas of society, on the workers within health, education, on the investment on the environment, on housing, and obviously on all of us, as all of this is linked to our everyday life. We have seen the change in Sweden for a while now, and it's time for others to see it as well. They've been selling out our education, our health, our housing. We have an unseen employment. And after cracking the Swedish society, when people are too tired to take the fight, the expansion of militarism, the weapon industry comes. It started with conversations between the Social Democrats and wealthy families of the weapon industry. After those conversations, the government handed over the NATO application. A couple of months later, we had an election giving us a far-right government. And now, with the NATO membership, they started changes in the Swedish law that has a profound impact against our democratic values. The shift from a country against nuclear weapons and armament to the imposition of war on our whole society. Comrades, today we don't have real parliamentarian opposition to NATO and militarization. Not a single party is against the military budget. The left and the Social Democrats even sees it as a way of creating new jobs for the youth. All of this goes hand in hand with the racist laws that are being applied against asylum seekers and targeting our children. There is a fundamental disregard on life, on working class lives. Today, every building in working class areas has a family afraid of getting deported. Thousands of families torn apart as their children are being deported. Not the whole family, just the children. Our children are threatened with imprisonment. This is exactly what they want to do. They want to change the mindset on the working class. Comrades, my roots are in Latin America. There are also fascism spreading from country to country, Bolivia, Chile, Argentina, and so on, preparing them to hand over the resources that will feed the wars. Our fight has to unite the peoples from all over the world. That's the only way to stop this beast. I wanted to give you a short example of the changes in Sweden. One is the law on the military cooperation. The government can now allow NATO and any of its member states to carry out military operations from Swedish territory. Through the DCA agreement, the United States has the power of all our military bases and more than that, our land, sea, and airspace. The government has also the right to transfer authority for the exercise of public power to foreign military forces. This means foreign soldiers can exercise state authority in Sweden. We are losing our sovereignty. Well, I won't have time to tell of all the law changes, but there are two things. Our struggle is international, comrades. We have to join forces. And our force and fight has to unite workers and peoples from all over the world. So, comrades, let's end this wheel of capitalism and imperialism together. Join the forces through union, indigenous people, and students under the banner of No to War. Long live Palestine. Long live the student movements. Long live the international solidarity.
Thank you.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido
jamás será vencido. Thank you so much, Lorena. Thank you so much, Lorena, for your incredible work in the Parliament and in the movement. Our next speaker is Jan Otzen. He's the president of the Bakers, Food and Allied Worker Union, which issued actually the invitation to the Ukrainian and Russian speakers. The floor is yours.
Comrades, sisters and brothers, I bring fraternal greetings on behalf of the Bakers, Food and Allied Workers Union. We recently had a conference where a lot of the debates centred around the idea that disabled people should pay for war. Our members refuse to accept impoverishing disabled people to pay for military expansion. Our members say very clearly what they want is our public services and our people properly funded, and let the military raise its funds through charity and fund runs. Let's see how the military works then. We're very clear that war will never benefit our class. We're very clear that working class communities do not benefit from military expansion. And we understand. Oh, sorry. Can I say? For the interpreters, I'll slow down. Our members are very clear that as far as they're concerned, austerity and militarism are two sides of the same coin. For us, in the Bakers Union, we believe our future should be built on better wages, that we should have council housing and a fully funded NHS. That's what we believe should be the priorities of any government. And how is it that we are told that defence spending somehow will make us more secure? Nobody's feeling secure when they can't afford the rent. Nobody's feeling secure when they have to choose between heating and eating. Nobody's feeling secure when you go on the streets and the far right are rising, enabled by a government that says it's the fault of refugees. Nobody in this country will benefit from a divided society. And let's make it very, very clear, refugees are welcome here. Let's also make it very clear that the issues we face of inequality and injustice has not been caused by any migrant that's come into the UK. It's created by politicians and in the boardrooms of every company across the country. And the military machine that drains us. But building from here is so important. The aim of today is to unite people around an understanding that we can build something better. And we have to recognise that building something better is not putting all of our money into helping a genocide in Israel, but that carried out by Israel. And we also have to recognise too that condemning Israel for its genocide in Palestine is not anti-Semitism either. And I also want to give a shout out to those people that have been put in prison for taking direct action. Those people were standing up for humanity. They were standing up for the right to live. And every Palestinian is entitled to the right to life, just like we're all entitled to decency, respect and dignity. And that's why it has to be about how we build that in our communities and take the argument that the idea that somehow we can bomb our way into a democracy or we can bomb our way into better lives. It's never going to happen. It never has. And I say to you today, I'm proud to be here, proud to speak to you, although I went a little bit too fast, but solidarity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ian Hodson. You've got a new big following across Europe now. Pleased to see that. Please welcome our next speaker, who is Jo Grady. She's the General Secretary of the University and College Union, and she moved the successful Wages Not Weapons motion at last year's TUC Congress. Thank you, Jo.
Friends, it is an honour to be here with you today. I am very proud to be the General Secretary of the University and College Union. We represent more than 120,000 education workers in colleges, universities, adult education and delivering education in prisons. And I am so pleased to be here with such an amazing crowd. All of us standing together against the war machine. And we couldn't be gathering at a more important time. There isn't a corner of the world where wars aren't already raging, or where imperialist rivalry doesn't threaten to ignite yet more. And all the while, workers, ordinary people everywhere are bearing the brunt of a broken economic system. Here in Britain, in the past few weeks, the headlines have been dominated by Labour politicians telling us that we are not spending enough money on the military, that we need to be arming ourselves to the teeth and preparing for war, that Keir Starmer should be spending even less money on education and public services and more money on bombs, fighter jets and misery. Friends, they are living in a fantasy land. They are so pumped up by their own war propaganda, they could not be any more detached from reality. But for us, the workers' movement, Labour, people's rights, people's dignity, they cannot be an afterthought. We in the trade union movement see this clearly. We see the realities facing our members. We see, in particular in the UK, unprecedented attacks on our universities. Our universities, once the envy of the world, we now see tens of thousands of jobs at risk. We see whole departments at risk of being wiped out. Academic disciplines disappearing. The Labour government is doing nothing. Yet last week, friends, there was a miracle. the Labour government suddenly found tens of millions of pounds, £80 million to be exact. But it wasn't to save jobs. It wasn't to save departments closing. It wasn't to free students from a lifetime of debt. No. It was to strengthen the UK's defence industry. And there we have it laid bare. There is never any money for staff, students, our colleges or our universities. But when we make it about the military, then the cash will flow. Last year, our union, UCU, there are banners all around the hall, we said we have had enough. We were ashamed that the official position of the TUC, Britain's trade union confederation, which represents over 6 million workers, their position, friends, was that we as a trade union movement should unquestioningly support increases in military expenditure, that we should back military Keynesianism. UCU members, our activists, demanded that our union change this. So we took a resolution to the TUC. We launched a Wages Not Weapons campaign to overturn this stance and put our movement back on the right side of history. And friends, we were successful. The British trade union movement is clear. We will not be bought off by their war machines. Our priority is wages and welfare, not weapons or war. And I'm really pleased to announce to you here today that we will be taking this campaign further. Over the coming months, we will be bringing the campaign back to the TUC in September with a resolution that asks questions that our government never does. What are we defending? When a country is ruined, when no universities are left standing, when our public services are on their knees. To truly defend our country, we must refuse to surrender to decline. To truly defend our country, that means investing in our NHS, it means rebuilding our public services, it means giving people decent, affordable housing and secure employment. And it means that we have to be clear as a trade union movement. We do not want jobs at any cost, and we do not want our young people conscripted. And I will finish very quickly on these words. Welfare, not warfare. Wages, not weapons. Solidarity and free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Our next speaker is precisely a true activist on the Palestine movement. He's the Deputy Director of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, which is the largest organization working to secure Palestinian rights. Here comes Peter Leary.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I know I don't need to remind this audience that we are now approaching 3 years since the start of Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza. Indeed, one of the calls that you will be asked to endorse is for coordinated demonstrations on the 10th of October as we reach that horrific milestone. More than 73,000 Palestinians killed, millions displaced, the deliberate destruction of hospitals, schools, homes and universities. And that genocide continues despite the so-called ceasefire, with almost 1,000 Palestinians violently killed since it supposedly took effect. In the West Bank, Palestinians continue to confront violence and forced displacement, and throughout their historic homeland and as refugees in exile, Palestinians are subjected to a cruel system of apartheid. Now, clearly, in their decades-long struggle against oppression, occupation, dispossession and apartheid, our global solidarity matters to the Palestinian people. But one thing that the past 3 years have taught us is that the Palestinian struggle also matters to us all, because what is at stake today are two very different visions of the future. Israel is only able to carry out its atrocities because of the support it receives from Western governments and institutions. Just last week, the British government allowed the sale of stolen Palestinian land in illegally occupied territory to take place openly here in London. Shame on them. I don't think they know the meaning of the word. And what happens to those who speak out and oppose these crimes? They are demonised and criminalised and subject to attacks on our democratic rights. And it is those same governments whose moral bankruptcy has been exposed by their support for Israel's crimes that are dragging us all towards disaster. From Venezuela to Cuba, Iran, Lebanon, across the world, the US is increasingly trying to use military might to bolster and maintain its declining economic position. That is what it means to live in a world of impunity. They want to use Palestine as the testing ground for what Palestinians have described as a might-makes-right order that threatens humanity at large. But for that very reason, the struggle and determination of the Palestinian people can inspire all of us to resist. Because the paradox of this moment is that the global movement for Palestinian rights is stronger now than it has ever been before. In the past few years, we have built the largest, most sustained protest movement since the struggle for women's suffrage. From weekly shopping baskets to town halls, the campaign for boycott, divestment and sanctions is growing. Across Britain, dozens of local councils have now endorsed divestment of pension funds from companies that are complicit in Israel's crimes. Consumers are refusing to buy Israeli apartheid products, and students are demanding an end to complicity on their campuses. This week, PSC launched a new campaign, Delete Genocide Tech, targeting Cisco Systems, Oracle and other corporations that provide Israel with the technology it uses to target and monitor Palestinians. Even the government is starting to feel the pressure. For millions of voters, Palestine is now on the ballot when they go to the polls, and it is in no small part due to this issue that Keir Starmer's Prime Ministership is now coming to such an ignoble end. So in our workplaces and trade unions, universities and communities, our movement brings together people from every background and all walks of life. So Palestine is not just a foreign policy question. It is a question of the world we want to build, because Palestine matters to the progressive majority, to the labour movement, climate campaigners, anti-racists, LGBT activists, all those who believe in freedom and justice stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. And so our solidarity with Palestine is central to the wider struggle against the warmongers, against the rising fascist right at home and abroad. If we want to live in a world without war, a world built on justice, founded on freedom, we must continue to fight for a world in which Palestine is free. Thank you. Free Palestine.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter. Thank you. And solidarity with the work of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign and the entire Palestine movement. I'm pleased now to welcome our next speaker. Will be known to many of you, I think, Medea Benjamin, the American political activist and co-founder of Code Pink. Please welcome Medea.
Thank you so much, and it's such an honor and a pleasure to be here and to be able to be in the UK and say loudly and proudly that I oppose genocide and I support Palestine action. You might see members of Code Pink in Congress running after the Congress people, trying to expose them for their shameful positions when the majority of the American people do not want to keep sending our tax dollars to Israel. They continue to do so because they are bought by AIPAC and the other pro-Israel lobbies. We put their faces and the amount of money they get from these lobbies all over social media. We make them shamed at what they are doing. And we are forcing many of our politicians to change their policies. We now have 77 members of Congress who have signed onto a bill called Block the Bombs, No More Weapons to Israel. And with elections, it has been so exciting to see that pro-Palestine candidates, despite all the money that AIPAC puts into these campaigns, they can win. We see the wonderful mayor of New York City, pro-Palestine. We see in Washington, D.C., you might not have known, but last week there was a primary in which a social democrat pro-Palestine candidate won and will be the next mayor of Washington, D.C. We are also exposing those who profit from war. And that's not just the weapons companies, it's now increasingly the companies that make the surveillance equipment, the surveillance software, the AI companies. We go to their headquarters, we go to their factories, and most of all, we are exposing the obscene over $1 trillion Pentagon budget that we have now and that the administration is trying to increase by 50% to have a $1.5 trillion Pentagon budget. And we say as long as there continue to be millions of homeless people in the United States, workers that don't get a living wage, people that can't afford health care, and the climate burning, we say hell no to a $1 trillion Pentagon budget. We also know that war is not just dropping bombs. There is warfare by economic means, and that is what the U.S. government is doing to Cuba right now with a depraved policy, a psychotic, evil policy of depriving the Cuban people of oil, of food, of medicines, of White House people cheering while the infant mortality rate doubles, while babies are dying in incubators. And we at Code Pink are being investigated for the crime of bringing humanitarian aid to the children's hospitals. We will continue to do that and say, hands off Cuba. And then we come to Iran, where our president launched an unprovoked, reckless war on Iran on behalf of Israel and had to sign a memorandum of understanding that the Israelis are already sabotaging by refusing to stop their attacks on Lebanon. But let's understand why Trump was forced to sign that. One, because the U.S. could not win on the battlefield. Two, because of the global pressure, because of the economic effects of that war. And three, because this was the most unpopular war in the United States in modern history. The American people said no. So I want to say that we are excited about working with you in October on another global day of action, and to know that the American people are now in the majority saying, free Palestine, peace with Iran, hands off Cuba, and no more wars. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Medea. No more war. No more war. Thank you, Medea, for your tenacious work. So our next speaker doesn't really need an introduction, but for those who don't know, he's the independent MP from Islington North, and so many more for so many people around the UK and around the world. Please welcome Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here from all over this country, all over Europe, and people from all over the world. A truly international gathering for a voice for peace. And last Sunday, there was a great demonstration in Brussels of saying we want welfare, not warfare, across Europe. What we're doing is assembling in large numbers, offering an alternative global voice, because there's already a global voice for big business, a global voice for racism, a global voice for war, a global voice for inequality, a global voice for environmental destruction. We can do better than that. We're bigger than that. We're better than that. We can be a global voice for a real alternative. And then you look around the world of the horror that is now going on, the tens of thousands that are dying from war, the tens of thousands that are dying because of the shortages created by war. The way in which in Ukraine conscripted soldiers from one side are killing conscripted soldiers from the other side, almost like the First World War. There needs to be a ceasefire, there needs to be peace to end that conflict. And then you look around at the other wars that are going on. Look at the war that's going on in Sudan, funded by the UAE, provided by and enabled by the arms companies. What's it for? The raw materials and minerals in Sudan. Another war of greed on the African continent, like the war going on in Congo on behalf of the mineral companies trying to drag the wealth out of the soil where the poorest people on the earth live above. And then you look at other wars going on around the world. Obviously, the horror of what has been happening in Iran, the continued invasion of Lebanon, and perhaps the greatest cause of our age and our time has been the genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza, and the disgusting role played by Western European countries, including Britain, in supplying arms to Israel, knowing a genocide was going on, knowing those bombs are going to take the lives, the homes, the hospitals and the schools of the children of Gaza and of Palestine. Let us stand up for the people of Palestine and pledge we will be there as long as it takes to end the occupation and allow the Palestinian people to decide their own future in peace. Surely that is something we can all unite around. The real issues facing this world, of course, are an end to those conflicts, but they're also the environmental destruction going on before our very eyes, the climate change that is happening, the extreme weather patterns that are happening, global poverty and inequality, and 70 million people who are refugees with no home to call their own. and our media say that they are the problem. Surely the problem is the wars, the injustice, the human rights abuse and the inequality that creates refugees in the first place. Stop the attacks on refugees. Tomorrow they'll be our neighbours, our teachers, our friends, our cab drivers, our train drivers and everything else. Our answer to the far right and racism is something very, very different. And the last thing I'd say is this. Last year, the world as a whole spent $2.7 trillion on arms. That money was money not spent on health, not spent on housing, not spent on environmental improvements. That was money flowing straight into the coffers of the world's arms companies. The lobbying power of the arms industry, the profitability of the arms industry is massive. And then you see how it plays out in the political system when politicians, not all of the right, get up in our parliament and indeed in many other parliaments and say we need to spend less on welfare in order to spend more on warfare. When they tell us that the food banks have got to carry on, the homelessness has got to carry on, the poverty of our children has to carry on in order to buy yet another generation of some new weapon to start a new war somewhere else. It's time to change the language. It's time to change the agenda. It's time for us to say to whoever the next Prime Minister of Britain is, Burnham or whoever else, change course, stop the arms trade, stop the walk into war, and instead, let's walk that road for peace, for justice, for unity across the planet. That's why we're here, that's what we're going to do, and that's what makes us strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy, for your inspiring words. I'm pleased now to welcome our next speaker, Irene Montero. She's a member of the European Parliament for Podemos from Spain.
Dear friends, good afternoon. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Mirad, el 1% de las personas del planeta acumulan más riqueza que el 95% de la humanidad entera. Esta enorme desigualdad solamente puede sostenerse con un cruel ejercicio de violencia. Los dueños del mundo están en busca de más riqueza que acumular. El genocidio, el rearme, la guerra son parte de la misma estrategia de negocio. Los dueños del mundo usan la guerra y el genocidio para someter a la humanidad, para controlar los recursos más valiosos del planeta, para acumular más poder y más riqueza. Con el gasto militar mundial de un solo año, podríamos acabar 10 veces con el hambre en el mundo. ¿Por qué nos dicen que acabar con el hambre en el mundo es ingenuo, es utópico? Si tan solo con los 800.000 millones de euros que Europa está gastando en el rearme se podría acabar con la pobreza extrema y garantizar sanidad, educación, alimentación por 10 años a la población más vulnerable. Mirad, en los últimos años estamos viendo el primer genocidio televisado de la historia y no lo hemos parado. Israel y Estados Unidos han bombardeado ilegalmente Gaza, Cisjordania, Yemen, Líbano, Irán, han entrado en Venezuela, amenazan a Cuba. Y en Irán, Estados Unidos e Israel iniciaron una guerra ilegal que decían que era por la libertad, por la democracia, por el pueblo iraní, por las mujeres. Pero el resultado es que se ha abierto el estrecho de Hormuz, que ya estaba abierto antes. Se ha conseguido un alto al fuego, que ya existía antes de esa agresión ilegal. Irán ahora está más unido que nunca contra el imperialismo yanqui y contra los genocidas israelíes. Europa, Inglaterra, Estados Unidos le van a quitar las sanciones económicas a Irán, que según sus propias mentiras eran por la libertad, eran por la democracia, por lo que según su propia historia, según sus propios relatos, según su propia mentira, ahora defienden menos la libertad que antes y muestran, especialmente Europa, que es sumisa y cómplice de los crímenes de Estados Unidos y de Israel por todo el mundo. Y por el camino se han perdido miles de vidas, se han destruido escuelas, hospitales, carreteras, se han derrochado miles de millones de dinero público de todos vosotros y vosotras, de todos los pueblos de Europa, dinero que es de la gente, que paga con sus impuestos, que debería estar en nuestros hospitales, en nuestras escuelas y no en la guerra. La gente ha estado pagando más por la gasolina, por los alimentos, por la vivienda. Pero los milmillonarios de las empresas energéticas han ganado 23.500 millones más gracias a la guerra. Palantir, las empresas armamentísticas subiendo en bolsa. Europa ha aprobado un rearme de 800.000 millones de euros y es el principal comprador de armas a Estados Unidos y el principal socio comercial de un Estado terrorista como es Israel. ¿Qué tipo de ser humano hay que ser para ver en la guerra un negocio? Para estos locos estamos haciendo el rearme, para estos multimillonarios estamos gastando el dinero de nuestros hospitales, de nuestras escuelas, en sus guerras. He visto aquí autobuses que dicen, "The Army is recruiting now". Para esta banda de locos estamos entregando a los hijos y a las hijas de Europa, de la clase trabajadora. El jefe del ejército francés dijo hace poco que Francia debía estar dispuesta a perder a sus hijos. No lo estamos. Si quieren guerra, que vayan ellos. Si quieren guerra, que la paguen ellos, nuestros hijos e hijas, en las escuelas, en los parques, sanos y salvos. Y mirad, también hay que cuestionarse por qué seguimos siendo parte de una alianza militar cuyo jefe es Donald Trump, el mayor peligro para la humanidad en este momento. Seguir en la OTAN nos pone en peligro. Por nuestra seguridad hay que salir ya de la OTAN. La paz, compañeras y compañeros, es la tarea política más importante. Europe must once again stand up against war, against genocide, against rearmament, against NATO. Compañeros, friends, dear comrades, free Palestine, stop the war, hands off Lebanon and hands off Venezuela. Stop the war.
So much, Irene, for your incredible work in the Parliament, calling out the complicity of the European leaders. She is a legend, the MP for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, the first black woman elected in the British Parliament, the longest-serving female MP, the one and only Diane Abbott. Please welcome.
I am very privileged to be at this conference and to see it so well attended, because it proves that there are huge numbers of people in this country and in Europe who want to fight for peace. We meet at a crucial time for all of those who are opposed to war and strive for peace, because we are not trying to stop one war. We are having to fight to stop very many wars. We have had an invasion and a coup in Venezuela. The same is threatened against Cuba. Nigeria has been bombed. The Yemen has been bombed. There was a coup in Syria. There's an ongoing genocide in Gaza, and tragically, our government refuses to call it a genocide. There is the rampage against the Palestinians in the West Bank, a full-scale invasion of Lebanon. There is a military build-up against China. There is the war and blockade in Iran. And finally, there is one of the biggest wars in Europe since the Second World War, the NATO campaign against Russia. And all of these wars have one thing in common. The United States is central to them all and has initiated most of them. Now, there are debates about the meaning of US strategy in relation to war. Some people feel that the US is confining itself to the Americas. Some people believe it is limiting its reach to the Western Hemisphere. None of this is true. Any close reading of the documents tell us that the primary aim of US actions is to reassert US primacy across the globe. It is America first and last. It is make America great again by making others worse, including allies. It is a plan for global domination. In the 1950s, the US accounted for 40% of the world GDP. Now it is only about 1/6 of the world GDP. The United States has lost out and is losing out to the global South in general and China in particular. The United States has lost its economic dominance. So the United States is now attempting to reassert its former economic dominance primarily through a combination of trade wars, sanctions, and war. And it has enormous advantages in this project. There's the overwhelming dominance of the US military. It spends roughly as much as the 9 times of the next countries, 9 times more than the other leading countries. But one of the advantages of the US is the size of its military. But the other advantage of the US is the complete spinelessness of its other allies, such as those in the Gulf, in Europe, Japan, Britain and Australia, who watch their economies destroyed, their energy supplies blown up, and the societies made even more subordinate. But despite all these advantages, not everything is going to plan. The US lost the first few rounds of the trade war with China. It seems wary of attacking Cuba, and it has achieved nothing in Iran, which means that we have to be determined to fight not just in Europe but internationally to campaign for peace and unite with all of those governments and movements and peoples who oppose this US rampage. It is good to be here. It is good to see you all here, and the campaign will continue and our campaign will win. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Diane. I'm pleased now to welcome our next speaker, Yasmin Adam. Yasmin is head of media and politics at the Muslim Association of Britain, which is one of Britain's most outstanding anti-war and pro-Palestine organisations. Welcome, Yasmin.
Thank you. There is a line that gets attributed to various different people, but I think it belongs to our movement as a whole, and that is that the first casualty of war is not truth, but solidarity. That those who send others to die have always known that their greatest vulnerability is the moment working-class people look across the lines that have been drawn for them, be it of race, of religion, of nationality, and recognise one another. 23 years ago, along with our colleagues at Stop the War and CND, we built the foundations of an anti-war coalition against the Iraq war. There were many who said it was too complicated, too risky, yet on the 15th of February 2003, 2 million people marched in the streets of London. Muslim families from East London, retired trade unionists from Sheffield, students from Bristol, pensioners who had marched against the bombings in the 60s. This movement has not been without its difficulties, but it continues to grow because we built a foundation that was non-negotiable. And I want to talk about that foundation today and why it matters, because I believe that the model we have built here today holds urgent lessons for the broader European movement at this particular moment. There is a tendency sometimes to treat different forms of oppression as though they are separate streams. Racism over there, war over there, far right somewhere else, workers' rights in a completely different box, and yet our movement has been successful because it understands that these are not separate streams. They flow from the same source. Before the war on terror became a foreign policy, it had to start as a domestic policy. That required the racialization of my community as an inherently suspect population. And what followed was a surveillance infrastructure that treated Muslim communities as a threat to be managed. The Islamophobia industry that was built after that, be it the think tanks or the media or the politicians that built their careers on anti-Muslim hatred, was built on that logic. And the wars that followed that, be it in Baghdad or Kabul or in Gaza, followed that same logic. That because if you can persuade enough people that certain lives are worth less, you can keep the bombs, bullets, and export licenses flowing. Which is why mobilizing against the far right has never been a distraction from anti-war work. It is anti-war work. The same donor networks across Europe and Northern America back the same governments that are accelerating military spending, talking about conscription, and framing the choice between guns and public services as though it is not a choice. Islamophobia and warmongering come off the same production line. Palestinian solidarity, Muslim community engagement, anti-racism, trade union power, and the broader anti-war movement are expressions of a single understanding that justice cannot be conditional. So when our movement marched against the hijab ban in France in 2004, that was anti-war work. Every time we mobilize against the far right, be it the BNP or the EDL or any of their successors, that is anti-war work. because we have to refuse every time the government tells us which victims are legitimate and which are not. That is the very essence of anti-war work. The model that we have built here in Britain is worth examining, because we have to be honest. Some European movements have found it easy to stand against Western imperialism in the abstract rather than defending Muslim communities in the concrete. More are comfortable with anti-war politics when it does not require them to confront the Islamophobia of the states that they operate within. You cannot build a movement against militarism and anti-war while tolerating the ideologies that make it possible. You cannot oppose the arms companies and the NATO spending agenda whilst remaining comfortable with the notion that Muslim communities are a threat to be managed. So we have to accept that either we stand for the principle that racism, Islamophobia are tools of divisions, or we do not. Either we stand for justice without exception, or we do not. Either we build a movement that every working person of every faith and none, every background and in every country can see themselves in, or we do not. I know which movement I want to be part of. It is one that has continuously shown it can bring millions to the street. And I hope that is something that we can urgently replicate across Europe for the sake of all our future. Thank you.
Much, Yasmin. So many brilliant speakers and so many of you. Let me tell you, there are so many people. All the place is packed. There's so many people downstairs than here. So thank you so much for your participation in this incredible conference. And now we're going to hear from the heart of the empire, from the belly of the beast. She is an activist, the co-director of the US Movement for Black Lives. Please welcome Amara Enia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I come from a tradition that is called and response. Good afternoon, comrades. I bring you greetings from the United States, the Imperial Core, otherwise known as the belly of the beast. But I am encouraged to be in space with all of you on this occasion as we mobilize the world against the scourge of war. My remarks today are a statement of solidarity, but also a provocation. It is a provocation of utter importance, given what time it is on the clock of the world. It is time for clarity. It is time for unwavering conviction in our beliefs. Comrades, it is time for revolution. The African revolutionary Thomas Sankara said that we must dare to invent the future. The we is us. We are at a moment in history that requires us to build the future, and it is a future that must be built on a different premise from the one we have now. It must be built on a foundation that rejects placing hierarchy on the value of human life. It must welcome our differences as inherently enriching the world and this planet. The great Pan-Africanist Kwame Nkrumah said in 1962 that any meaningful humanism must begin from egalitarianism and must lead to objectively chosen policies for safeguarding and sustaining egalitarianism. This means that in this time of world building, we must not build systems that advantage some over others because of their economic status, their race, their ethnicity, their geography, their sexual orientation, their religion, their gender, or any other category that has been used to oppress and exploit. We must reject systems and structures that create division and war. We must build systems that affirm life, that affirm our inherent human dignity, but also our interconnectedness. Africans and people of African descent around the world understand this well, as our movements have been to affirm our humanity and our dignity. And in fact, we have experienced fascist conditions long before November 2024. We have been involved in fights against fascism and authoritarianism long before this current administration, and we have been in these fights regardless of the orientation of the administration, whether it was Democratic or Republican. We have been in this work, and what is required now is that we have an anti-war agenda. But we cannot have an anti-war agenda without an explicit anti-imperialist agenda. We cannot have an anti-war agenda without an explicit anti-colonial agenda. We cannot be in true solidarity with an anti-war agenda at this moment in history without calling out capitalism as a catalyst for conflict. Our vision must be large enough, bold enough, powerful enough to tear down all systems of oppression and build the new systems to replace them. So I ask you, comrades, is your vision clear? Is your vision expansive? Do you believe that a better world is possible? War is not just fought with weapons and troops. It is not just guns shipped to Palestine, and shouts out to the dock workers who have been fighting those shipments and the flotillas. War is not just the machetes that were shipped from France to Rwanda during the Rwanda genocide, or the hundreds of U.S. military bases around the world. Economic warfare is also warfare. Sanctions issued against countries like Zimbabwe and Cuba, that is war. The trafficking of African people for hundreds of years through the slave trade that laid the foundation for the banking and financial systems and institutions that continue that exploitation through debt, so-called trade agreements, and the extraction of natural resources, that is warfare. These isms, capitalism, imperialism, colonialism, racism, they create the conditions for war. The systems built on these isms deny our humanity, our sovereignty, and our ability to be self-determining. We cannot be in true solidarity if we do not reckon with this fact. And as I come to a close, my point is not to dilute the call for a global anti-war stance at this time. My point is to call us higher, to reject all manner of war, because that is the only world toward a world of peace, where peace can be enduring and not artificial, and not going from one ceasefire to the next. We must stand with the Palestinian people as they exercise their human rights to exist. We must stand with all people who exercise their human right to exist. We reject genocide in all its forms, everywhere, period. And this is the posture that we must have at this time if we are to build the future that Comrade Thomas Sankara called us into. Nkrumah said, "We face neither east nor west. we face forward, onward to the world we deserve, for which our vision is the correct vision, and we must fight as though we believe it. Our vision is life. The alternative is death. So we must fight like hell to live, for us, for our people, for the present, and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all our speakers. None of us will be free until Palestine is free. This is the reason we've been marching and we'll keep marching, no matter how hard the repression is, because this is about the Palestinian people, but this is also about humanity. So it's a very deep honor for us to have with us a Palestinian physician and politician, the president of the Palestinian National Initiative, the Secretary General, Mustafa Barghouti. Please give him the warmest welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine. Thank you. Tahya Palestine. I want first to thank you all for your great solidarity with Palestine. You give us hope. You give us confidence. You give us optimism that we will win eventually. Friends and comrades, there is no place in the world, no people in the world in modern history that have been subjected to so many wars, so much oppression, like the Palestinian people have been subjected to in the last 120 years. 120 years of struggle against the most awful imperialist settler colonial project against the Palestinian people. 120 years of struggle against ethnic cleansing, against apartheid, against occupation, against all forms of oppression, and against the most terrible genocidal war in modern history. And now we have to face not only the genocidal war on Gaza, but also to face the settler terrorist gangs who are trying to imitate and repeat what the settler terrorist gangs did in 1948 in Palestine. And we are struggling not only against occupation, but we are, the Palestinians, struggling against the growing fascism, not only in Israel, but worldwide too. Our struggle is your struggle against fascism. Our struggle is your struggle against the wars. Our struggle is your struggle to achieve true, just peace for all the people of the world. And as Nelson Mandela said once, Palestine has become the title and the symbol of struggle for justice all over the world. The struggle for justice everywhere, and against what the Israeli Zionist establishment wanted, against what all those who support Israel wanted, Palestine has become today an internal issue in every country in the world. Palestine has become an issue of elections in every election in the world. Palestine has become part of every struggle and every movement for peace worldwide. There was a time when it was Vietnam and the struggle of the Vietnamese people, and they won. There was a time when it was the struggle of South African heroic people against apartheid, and they won. Now it is the struggle of Palestine, and Palestine will win. I call on you to continue your support to our struggle to steadfast and remain in Palestine. They want to get us out of Palestine, and we will never leave Palestine. We call on you to continue your struggle to stop the genocidal war, because it didn't stop yet in Gaza. They have violated the ceasefire already 3,250 times. They've already killed more than 1,300 people in Gaza after the ceasefire. So please continue the pressure. We want you to continue your struggle and support to prevent their main goal, which is the ethnic cleansing, not only of people of Gaza, but also the people of the West Bank and the people of entire Palestine. We ask you to translate your solidarity, your activism, your activities into material effect by supporting total, comprehensive boycott, divestment, sanctions against this Israeli establishment. And I ask you to stand with us in supporting our struggle to free our 12,000 hostages, Palestinian hostages, and they should be called hostages in Israeli concentration camps and prisons. They are subjected to torture. Believe me, they are subjected to starvation. They're deprived of medical care. Thousands of them suffer now from scabies and other infections. Some of them have died from that. They're losing their weight. They're losing their ability. And they have been subjected not only to torture, they've been subjected to the most horrible act of rape, men and women. They've been subjected to being handcuffed, for some of them, for more than 2 years, imagine, non-stop. And when they had infections in their wrists, they amputated them, and many times even without anesthesia. We want you to stand up and wear this red ribbon that I'm wearing today. This red ribbon represents the right of Palestinian hostages to be free. So please wear it and struggle with us to free our Palestinian hostages from all this oppression. We want you to stand with us against the death penalty, illegal laws that they are passing to justify the execution, the field execution they are conducted against Palestinian people. And I assure you, regardless of how much we are subjected to oppression, regardless of how much they are torturing us, we will steadfast. We will stay. We will not leave. And we will overcome whether they like it or they don't like it. People ask me sometimes, what gives you hope? And I'm a medical doctor by profession. And I want to tell you a short story. When the war, the genocidal war started in Gaza, we were very concerned about the 70,000 pregnant women there. Because Israel destroyed all facilities. Women could not get to any clinic, to any hospital. We were worried about what will happen to these 70,000 children in the wombs of their mothers. We didn't sit down. We hired 90 midwives. And we asked these midwives to go and help women, pregnant women, wherever they are, under the war, under the bombardment. Yes, Israel viciously, criminally, killed no less than 22,000 Palestinian children in Gaza. But in the last 2.5 years, we saved the lives of 82,000 newborn children that are alive now. For me, this is not just humanitarian work. This is resistance, resistance, and resistance. And nobody anywhere in the world should deprive us from the right to resist injustice. And nobody anywhere here or wherever should prevent you from showing solidarity and practicing solidarity and resisting injustice, whatever it takes. I want to tell you, friends and comrades, there is nothing more powerful in the world than a powerful idea that its time has come. And time has come for the idea of freedom of Palestine. Palestine will be free. Free, free Palestine. 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 Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mustafa Barghouti, and thanks to all our speakers in this session. We now have a break. Please come back at 3:20. Look forward to seeing you then.
Yeah, I think we can all agree that we are living through a new era of global war, but also a new era of global anti-war movement. Thank you to all of you to be here tonight. Thank you to the translators who did an amazing job, and all the people who made this first session such a success. See you in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Those of you, I expect many of you will want to stay in the room because we have a real treat for you. The artists Peter Kennard and Gabi Samara and the president of the Stop the War Coalition, Brian Eno, have made an absolutely extraordinary film on the question of Palestine, which we're just about to show you.
Can everyone please take their seats for the second session of this afternoon, please? And can any speakers that are in the hall or in earshot for this session please come up to the stage? But we'll be starting in a couple of minutes, so please take your seats again. Right, stewards, can you please get everyone to come back in the hall straight away, please?
It's a film. Jesus Christ. Why do I bother with the left? Can I borrow a pen? It's called Gaza, isn't it? A film. Directed and edited by Gabi Samara. Images by Peter Kennard. Sound design by Gabi Samara. Original music by Brian Eno. Now, who's going to... Andrew Murray.
its chair. I'll be joined by Louise Regan in co-chairing this session. We've got a lot more fantastic speakers from across the world for you to hear from. So, over to Louise.
Thanks very much. Welcome, everyone. My name, as Andrea said, is Louise Regan. I'm chair of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. I'm also a national executive member of the National Education Union. And we've been very active in building for this conference and supporting this. We think it's a really important conference. We're really glad to see so many people here taking part. I've just got a couple of messages of further support that we've received from organisations. So we have a message from the General Secretary of the UGT, the General Union of Workers in Spain, a message of solidarity, and from the Federation of Industry of the CCOO in Spain. So I'm going to move us straight on to our first speaker because we are running short on time. So our first speaker, I'm really pleased to be introducing. His name is Felix Kreklo-Rojas. He's an anti-conscription activist in Germany, and he was involved in school strikes, and he's a member of the JSW. So please give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
The question of war and peace has ever been a question of social justice. When Germany voted on the new military service law on December 5th, we were told a comforting story. We were told that if compulsory service returns, young people will have a choice: military service or voluntary social year. But let's compare these two choices. The armed forces promised to pay for your driver license. They promised to help fund your university education. They offer a salary. They offer career opportunities. A voluntary social year offers none of them. So who is this law really aimed at? Not the children of wealthy, not those whose parents can already pay for a degree, an apartment, or a driver license. It's aimed at those who have favourable options, at those who need the money, at those who cannot afford to say no. And that is no accident. The poor are offered incentives to fight wars that the powerful decide upon. This is why this military service law is not simply a security policy. It's class politics and camouflage. And all of this is done in the name of democracy. We are told that military service is needed to defend democracy, to protect democracy, to save democracy. But our school strikes tell a very different story. Young students have been detained. Young activists have been received criminal complaints despite committing no crime. Even the domestic intelligence services have taken an interest in our movement. Before demonstrations even begin, authorities sometimes want to know what we are going to say. Large parts of the media have tried to discredit us, not because our arguments are weak, but because they dislike who is making them. So I have to ask, what kind of democracy is this? A democracy where dissent is treated as a threat, a democracy where protest is viewed with suspicion, a democracy where criticism is tolerated as long as it remains harmless. But if democracy means that young people may speak only when those in power approve on what they say, then something has gone terribly wrong. And if this is the democracy they want us to fight for, then I refuse to kill for it and I refuse to die for it. And despite everything I've just described, I remain hopeful because it makes me incredibly proud to see more and more young people find the courage to skip school and join the strikes. In Germany, tens of thousands of young people have already taken to the streets. And what makes me especially happy is that many of these young people are no longer protesting only against conscription. They have to understand that the problem is bigger than conscription itself. The problem isn't called conscription. It isn't called Hamas. It isn't called the mullahs. It's called capitalism. And if we want things to change, then we have to be brave. We have to be willing to take unconventional paths. But above all, we have to stand together internationally, because conscription itself can be fought on a national level, but the underlying capitalistic system can only be fought together. And just one more thing in light of current events. I'm not wearing just any football shirt today. I'm wearing the shirt of my relatives and the shirt of my roots. Tomorrow in Colombia goes the runoff election. And in the first round, the far-right candidate came on top. A candidate who even said that he wants to do to the Colombian rainforest what Netanyahu did to Gaza. But one man stands in his way. His name is Ivan Cepeda, the left-wing candidate who seeks to succeed the left-wing President Petro. And according to the latest polls, he is currently slightly ahead. And if Cepeda wins tomorrow, Colombia can overcome capitalism. Vamos a ganar, compañeros! In Germany, there will be more school strikes. We will be louder, we will be more determined, and we will be more difficult to ignore. Every time the military advertising tells us we serve Germany, we will answer we serve no one, because the structure of lies built by our politicians is already beginning to crumble. And we will not stop until it comes crashing down. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix, for that fantastic start to this session. It's now my great pleasure to introduce to you one of the greatest anti-imperialists in the British House of Commons. Please give a warm welcome to the Your Party MP for Coventry South, Zara Sultana.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is an absolute, I'm at the fans making too much sound. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome you all to London, and I want to thank the organisers for putting on such an incredible conference where thousands of you have travelled to be here with us today. We meet at a moment of profound crisis, but also a moment of profound possibility. Across Europe and beyond, our governments are finding endless amounts of money to fund war while telling working-class people there is nothing left for public services, for welfare, for housing or for healthcare. Last year, global military spending reached £3.9 trillion. Think about what that means. Nearly £4 trillion spent on weapons, armies and war. Nearly £4 trillion that could have been used to build homes, fund our schools, strengthen our hospitals, tackle climate breakdown and lift millions out of poverty. And here in the UK, our Chancellor has announced plans to increase military spending to £62 billion while demanding cuts across government. When pensioners struggle to heat their homes, they're told there is no money. When disabled people need support, they're told there is no money. When our public services are stretched to breaking point, they are told there is no money. But when arms manufacturers demand more contracts and military budgets rise, then suddenly the magic money tree appears. We're told that the working class must tighten their belts while defence companies celebrate record profits. So we have to ask a simple question. Why is there always money for war and never enough money for the poor? The wealthiest people in history have never been wealthier. We now have over 3,000 billionaires, and Elon Musk, an insecure Nepo baby, has become the first trillionaire, a man that sows seeds of hate and division, telling us what to do. Meanwhile, 1 in 4 people across the world experience food insecurity. This is not a crisis of scarcity. This is capitalism working as it was designed, where wealth is concentrated at the very top and everyone else pays the price. And nowhere else is the brutality of this economic system more visible than in Gaza. For decades, Palestinians have lived under occupation, siege, and apartheid, and for almost 3 years, the world has witnessed Israel wage a campaign of destruction on a scale that has shocked the conscience of humanity. Entire neighborhoods leveled, schools destroyed, hospitals bombed, journalists killed, children buried beneath the rubble or starved by deliberate restriction of food. The greatest scandal isn't that this has taken place, but that it has taken place in full view of the entire world. Every government knew, every leader knew, every excuse has collapsed, yet the weapons continue to flow. And my government, the UK government, has continued to roll out the red carpet for Israeli war criminals and continue to supply components for the Israeli military. Shame on the UK government, shame on European governments for enabling genocide. And just this week, the security minister in Israel, Ben-Gvir, declared that for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep, and that all of Lebanon must burn. So let's say this clearly. Zionism isn't just a racist ideology, it is a genocidal death cult that we must all oppose. And in our political crisis in the UK, where the government has eroded our civil liberties, prescribed a non-violent direct action group, Palestine Action, for the first time in British history, and locks up pensioners for opposing genocide, people are looking towards Andy Burnham as the second coming. But we must judge politicians not by media narratives or by the nice guy act they might have, but by their record. Andy Burnham voted for the Iraq War that killed over 1 million people and refuses to call the genocide in Gaza a genocide. So will anything fundamentally change? No. Will Britain continue arming Israel? Yes. Will military spending continue to be directed toward, will spending continue to be directed towards military and defence? Yes. So just to wrap up, since I'm running out of time, despite everything, there is hope. But hope is not something that we have to wait for. Hope is something that we build. We see it with the dock workers in Italy and Belgium who refuse to load weapons enabling genocide. We see it with the students organising against conscription. We see it with workers taking collective action. And we see in every act of solidarity where ordinary people organise in their trade unions, in their tenants' unions, and fight back. So the world that we are fighting for, a socialist world, has to be built up from meetings like this. I'm so glad that you're here. We must continue to fight for it. And as Arundhati Roy reminds us, another world is not only possible, she is on her way. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. So let's make that a reality. Thank you so much for solidarity.
Thanks so much, Zara. And another world is possible, and all of us in here are committed to fighting for another world. Our next speaker is Sophie Bolt. She's the General Secretary of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament. Sophie.
I just want to thank everybody for coming here today, especially our incredible international delegates, these huge delegations from across the world who are sharing their incredibly inspiring struggles with us here today. I think it really shows the potential of our movement. And we all know that we must seize this opportunity to build a global majority for peace. Because the world is at a critical point. Military spending is at unprecedented levels, and the threat of nuclear weapons being used once again in war is at the highest it has ever been. Political leaders are building even more powerful nuclear weapons that could destroy the entire planet. And they are spending record levels of our money to do it. In France, President Macron plans to station... He plans to station nuclear jets right across Europe. And this is on top of hundreds of new American nuclear bombs now deployed, ready to be used at NATO bases in Germany, in Italy, in Belgium, in the Netherlands, in Turkey, and now here in Britain too. And not only is this British government building a whole new generation of nuclear-armed submarines at a cost of over £200 billion, but it also plans to buy these F-35A nuclear-capable fighter jets to be able to launch Trump's deadly nuclear bombs. Now, our political leaders, they argue, don't they, that these deadly nuclear weapons will keep us safe. Such lies. In reality, they are dragging us faster and faster towards nuclear war, not away from it. Faster and faster towards climate catastrophe, to greater poverty, to the collapse of our public services. And of course, all of this is strengthening the rise of the far right. So we know how great the dangers are that we face. But more and more people are joining our struggle to stop this war drive, to abolish nuclear weapons, and to fight for a better world. Because it is us. We have the solutions to all of these crises, not the warmongers. And across the world, the US world order is being challenged like never before. Here in Britain, opposition to Trump's global wars is huge. And there is growing support to break with this decades-old military alliance with the United States. The majority of the British people, we don't want these nuclear weapons in our country. And big protests and actions are only growing against British bases that are being used to facilitate genocide against the Palestinian people and to bomb Iran. So we have to seize this moment, starting right here in this room. Let us redouble our efforts, all of us from across the world here today. We must work together in coordinated action to shut down the military bases and kick out nuclear weapons. Together, we can create the global majority for peace that we so desperately need. This has never been such an urgent and most serious challenge. But united, we can and we must win. Solidarity.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Now, our next speaker is not only a former MP for the African National Congress and Director of Shadow World Investigations, he's also the comrade that gave Keir Starmer a run for his money in his constituency in 2024. Please give a warm welcome to Andrew Feinstein.
What an enormous pleasure to be here with all of you. And what a privilege to hear Mustafa Barghouti in person invoking Nelson Mandela. I want to talk to you briefly about the war profiteers, those who are making the tens of billions of dollars from the conflicts in Gaza, Lebanon, Iran, the Sudan, and the DRC. Because let's understand this. It is not just the arms companies, the BAEs, the Rheinmetalls, the Leonardos, the Thaleses, and the Elbit Systems who are making the money. It's the financial institutions that own them, the BlackRocks, the State Street, the Fidelities, the people who more and more run our countries and run our lives. But let's also remember that 40% of all corruption in the world takes place in the global arms trade. And it's not just the Netanyahus and the MBSs and the MBZs who are being paid the bribes. Those bribes come back to our countries, where our political parties, our senior officials and military leaders, and our most senior politicians benefit. Let us never forget that the war profiteer Tony Blair has made in excess of £100 million personally from his involvement in the invasion of Iraq and with British and American arms companies. But now he is in bed with what we call the defense tech companies, the Palantirs, the Oracles, the Googles, the Amazons. And I'm just finishing a book called Making a Killing, how the West profits from slaughter in Gaza and Yemen. And investigating and researching these people, I can tell you, these are the most awful, egregious human beings I have ever come across. These are people who, like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, grew up in apartheid South Africa. And what did they learn from it? How to be racist white supremacists. And these are the people to whom my own shameful MP, Keir Starmer, is selling off the British state. Because, like him, they want our countries to become undemocratic surveillance states that are permanently at war. And what they are doing is turning our public money into private profits. We are paying for the corruption of our own political systems and democracies. And as defense budgets increase across Europe, what we are seeing is our money that should be used for the cost of living crisis, for healthcare, for education, to address the climate crisis. Instead, we see that these companies are making us poorer, more corrupt, less democratic, and most ironic of all, much less safe. But while today things feel dark and the profiteers feel all-powerful, we learned in South Africa that from the darkness emerges the light. And we know that as sure as South Africa was liberated from apartheid, with the help of tens of millions of you from around the world, so too will Palestine be free. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Michaela Tracy Ramos. She has just been elected as the Vice President of Unison, Britain's largest trade union, representing over 1.3 million public sector workers. So you're very welcome.
I want to bring greetings to this international anti-war conference on behalf of Unison, the UK's largest union representing 1.4 million public service workers. I am also proud that Unison has a long-standing policy committing to peace and against increases in war spending. We have always understood that the drive to war in Britain is being funded by cuts to our services and jobs and massive underinvestment. We understand that the struggle for peace internationally is intrinsically linked to the class struggle here in Britain. We meet at a dangerous time when the US is operating with complete impunity. Over the past 4 years, we have seen the US facilitate a genocide of the Palestinian people, with the British government not only supporting Israel politically and materially by providing weapons and warships, but using their bases in Cyprus to conduct intelligence flights over Gaza for the Israeli government. We have watched before our eyes the illegal war on Iran perpetrated by the US and Israel, killing thousands. We continue to see the war in Ukraine with our government and the EU doing their utmost to prolong it. And we see the strangulation of the people of Cuba with the tightening economic blockade and Trump threatening military intervention of the island. These are all parts of a project by the US of complete domination by any means possible. As a union, we are clear: hands off Cuba, end the war in Iran, and free Palestine. And our government, this disgraceful government, which have raised war spending to the highest it has been since the Cold War, and still that is not enough for the war hawks in Parliament. The mass media coverage following the resignation of the War Secretary John Healey, in which he said we weren't spending enough on war, has been deliberately to set out Britain's war psychosis. This clear objective of John Healey and his acolytes are to win over the public for increasing militarisation and for war preparedness with lies of the so-called danger Britain is in from Russia and Iran or anywhere else. And Dan Jarvis, the new Defence Secretary, is supposedly working around the clock to get the so-called Defence Investment Plan finalised. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has already said he is asking all government departments to cut their budgets by 1% to fund investment in the war industry. So it has never been clearer who is going to pay for this increases in war spending. It is us, working people across Britain who have already been at the sharp end of cuts, expected to front more for the mythical security threat. And who is the real threat? Comrades, there is one country who we are providing explicit military support to and weapons to, and that is the United States. How can the government talk about defence and security when explicitly, materially supporting the world's global aggressor? Keir Starmer marked his cards clearly on the first day in office, where he attended a NATO conference. He made it clear that on no uncertain terms, Britain will continue to facilitate the US hegemonic strategy, continue to provide the use of British bases at home and abroad to site US weapons of mass destruction and launch bombing raids across continents. We have the 6th largest military budget in the world. And who benefits from that? For certain, it's not the people of Britain, nor the millions in Iran, Palestine and Lebanon and other war-torn targets of imperialist aggression. But for the shareholders of the mega military-industrial complexes, it is a different story. They, with their blood-soaked hands, are laughing their way to the bank, delighting in demands to up the military spending year on year. They want more planes, more bombs, more drones, state-of-the-art technology, and they will literally make a killing. And Britain is not isolated in its drive to war. This is mirrored across Europe when the EU are demanding more military spending from its member states. So Keir Starmer's Labour Party have placed themselves firmly at the side of the war machine, solidifying the Labour Party's place as the party of war. This government, despite every election promise, have betrayed the British people by investing in the military-industrial complex when we face relentless austerity, underfunding in public services and soaring costs of living, poverty and desperation are blighting the lives of millions of working-class people. We know that there is a choice in death or destruction or the means of live public services and the working class of this country. The choice is clear. This really is the fight of our lives. We will not stand by while the government call for never-ending war. We will fight for jobs, not bombs, welfare, not warfare, stop the war and start the peace.
Thank you, Michaela, and congratulations on your election as Vice President of Unison. Our next speaker is the General Secretary of one of the leading progressive fighting unions in this country, the National Education Union. Please welcome Daniel Kebede.
So, comrades, it is wonderful to be here at this historic conference where thousands of us have come together from across Europe to demand peace for people everywhere. We are standing on the edge of an abyss. Global conflict is at its highest level since the Second World War, and the madman in the White House wants even more wars, threatening further conflict against Latin America, especially Cuba, and even threatening to annex Greenland. We cannot rely on our politicians to create and sustain the conditions for peace. That responsibility rests with us. Without the voices and the actions of the ordinary working-class people, the peace that we all want will be so easily drowned out by the drumbeats of war. Funded by cuts to welfare, public services and overseas aid, global military spending surged to a record $2.9 trillion in 2025, the 11th consecutive year of growth. Redirecting just a fraction of that spending could address critical development challenges. For example, a single stealth fighter could fund a year of education for 200,000 children. Our governments have got the wrong priorities. We want welfare, not warfare. We demand school books, not bombs. Because every war is a war on children. Almost 4.5 years after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, children and families and educators continue to face the devastating consequences. Hundreds of Ukrainian children have been killed, thousands injured and millions displaced. More than 1,700 schools have been damaged or destroyed, and 4.6 million children are struggling to access education, forced to learn online or in underground stations. Despite these challenges, educators and unions continue to work to keep education alive. And the NEU stands in solidarity with the Trade Union of Science and Education Workers of Ukraine and with the Ukrainian people. Earlier this week, the Global Coalition to Protect Education from Attack released a report documenting attacks on education last year beyond Ukraine. Its findings are a stain on our collective conscience. More than 8,500 attacks on education were recorded, the highest ever level. 2,400 attacks against students and teachers were recorded in Palestine, a scholasticide in Gaza, schools demolished and attacked in the West Bank, swathes of schools destroyed across southern Lebanon, and over 500,000 school-aged children displaced since March. 150 civilians killed in the bombing of a girls' school in Iran. Students and educators abducted in Nigeria, Sudan, Congo. Teachers killed in Colombia, the most dangerous country to be a teacher trade unionist. As arms manufacturers enrich themselves, it is those least responsible that bear the costs of war. Last year, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced that the UK's aid budget would be cut by 40% to fund a corresponding increase in defence spending. Now the government is considering further cuts to aid and seeks to increase its military spending yet again. The people in countries most affected by war are being forced to pay for those same wars and weapons that rain down on their schools, homes and hospitals through cuts to education and health. And in our own countries, when the funding for war, welfare, education, healthcare, homes and other public services is cut to pay for increased military spending, it is working people, especially the most marginalised, who pay the highest price. And what of those who stand up to protest against these wars and atrocities around the world? Now, we have seen a growth in the Palestine solidarity movement, but it has been met with brutality, oppression and criminalisation. We have all witnessed the brutality meted out by the IDF against the global Samud Flotilla participants whose only crime was to seek to take aid to Gaza. And while Britain continues to sell its arms to Israel, it is too criminalising those who protest against the genocide. Our good friends, Ben Jamal and Chris Nineham, two highly respected civil society leaders, are now appealing their convictions following the Peaceful Palestine Solidarity event in January 25. As Human Rights Watch and other rights organisations have noted, these convictions are a testament to how far this country has swung towards adopting authoritarian approaches to protest. This week, the UK Court of Appeal overturned a High Court ruling that found the government's prescription of Palestine action under the Terrorism Act to be unlawful. This decision, described by Amnesty as a shameful chapter in our history, will only further inhibit the right to protest. So, colleagues, we've got a huge task before us. Working for peace means pushing against the tide. But this conference and the one in Paris before it has shown that together we are more than a sum of our parts. Across Europe, opposition is growing to militarisation and the consequent attack on workers' living standards is growing. So together we can win peace. Through international solidarity, we will prevail. Solidarity all.
Thanks, Daniel. Our next speaker is Ulrike Eifler. She's a trade unionist from IG Metall, the Industrial Union of Metal Workers, which is Germany's largest trade union. So please give her a warm welcome.
Comrades, first of all, I'd like to say thank you. Thank to the British comrades who organised this important conference, giving us the opportunity to gather here in London in order to develop a shared perspective of our struggles. And this is urgently needed and necessary because our governments are steering us in an era characterised by rearmament, by war, by climate collapse, by dismantling of our social welfare and by authoritarianism. And one of the biggest drivers of this development is Germany, being in its 6th year of recession and facing an enormous deindustrialization. And almost the entire world is turning away from Germany with its double standards and the unbearable solidarity with the Israel government. And comrades, it is this fear, it is the fear of economic decline, and it is a fear of a loss of political significance that drives Germany to meet the NATO defense spending target 5 years earlier than all other NATO nations. It is this fear that prompting Germany to build the largest army in Europe. And it is this fear that makes the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz say that Israel is doing the dirty job for all of us. Our governments are steering us into a new era of lawlessness. And it's becoming increasingly clear that Gaza was not the exception. Gaza was the blueprint. And comrades, whoever does not respect international law, does not respect labor and trade union rights as well. The politicians in Germany who refuse to classify the attack on Iran as a violation of international law are the same who want to abolish the 8-hour workday and rise the retirement age. What we currently witness across Europe is this: the massive military buildup is to be financed by our pensions, by our healthcare system, by our schools. Our governments have fired up the chainsaws, and we must switch them off and consign them to the dustbin of history. And therefore, we should call out to them: we do not accept the destruction of our societies. Schools are more than recruitment centers for the military. Hospitals are more than places where soldiers are patched up for the next stint at the front. And the elderly are more than a burden on the budget. This continent, this social welfare state, do not belong to our governments. They belong to the people working in the factories. They belong to the people working in the hospitals and in the supermarkets. We witness that the society is militarized, and that's why let's embrace the contradictions before us. If the society is militarized, the world of work is militarized as well, not just in the arms industry, also in the ports and in the hospitals, among teachers, among journalists. And a militarized world of work become crucial for the struggle against war. Dock workers in Italy and in Greece have shown what we can achieve when we refuse to comply. Imagine how strong we would be if not only the dock workers refused to load shipment arms, but teachers also denied soldiers entry to their classrooms. Or if nurses declared they would treat gunshot wounds and burns only on the condition that soldiers were sent home to their families and not back to the front. Last sentence. That's why, comrades, that's why our most important task is to build a strong anti-war movement with deep, deep, deep roots in the labor movement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ulrike, for that fantastic speech. And our next speaker is one of the founders of the Stop the War Coalition, a national officer of the coalition, and the main organiser of today's magnificent conference. Please give a warm welcome to John Rees.
This is an historic event because our opponents meet together all the time. They meet at summits, they meet at the G7, they meet at Davos. But for us it is unusual. We hear about each other's actions, of demonstrations in France, of general strikes in Belgium, of the actions of the dockers in Italy and in Greece.
But how often? How often do we actually meet together to plan, to organise, to make those struggles more effective than they are already? Rarely indeed. So today is a moment where we should seize that opportunity because it has never been more necessary. So I welcome the delegations from France, the delegations from Spain, the delegations from Germany, the delegations from Belgium. I welcome and send my greetings to those who I know are watching in city after city in France, at watch parties, now watching the YouTube of this. So to Nantes, to Lyon, to Paris, greetings from London. And you know, we see the rallies in Saint-Denis. We saw the rally in solidarity with the mayor of Saint-Denis, Vali Babakoku. And I heard them say, because the rally took place in front of the Basilica, where the monarchs of France lie buried, I heard them say, this is the place of dead kings and living people. Well, you know, here in Westminster, just across the road, in Westminster Cathedral, there are the dead kings of England, and here are the living people of England. And the living people of England say, solidarity with Palestine, no more war, lower your guns, raise our wages, welfare, not warfare, wages, not weapons. That is what the living people of England say. And yesterday we met in a delegate meeting and we decided that after the magnificent start in Paris last October, after the conference today, it cannot just be talk. We have to move to action. And so we said, on the 10th of October, international demonstrations for Palestine. In November, international action against conscription and rearmament. And when the Dockers call a day of action, international action in solidarity with the Dockers. That's what we must do next. That's the purpose of the London conference. And I'll end with this. 162 years ago, not a mile from this building, there was founded the first International of Working People. And when Karl Marx wrote the inaugural address, he said, working people must watch the diplomacy of their rulers and fight them. And he ended that address by saying, proletarians of the world, unite!
Okay, okay. Great. It's great. Thank you very much, everyone, and thanks to John for a fantastically rousing speech. Our next speaker will be known to many of you here. It's Jérôme Legare, is the MP for Seine-Saint-Denis from La France Insoumise, leader of POI, the Independent Workers' Party in France. So please give him a warm welcome.
Wow. Dear comrades and friends, it's a great honor for me to speak here today at Westminster Central Hall before thousands of people. Special thanks to the British comrades who organized this splendid conference. I am very pleased to be here with my colleagues and comrades from La France Insoumise. Nadège Abomangoli, Vice President of the French National Assembly, Daniel Obono, Jean-François Coulombe, André Torignac and Sandrine Nosbet. Comrades, just a few days ago, the French Parliament voted for a 36 billion increase in military spending. In France, the military budget has been doubled in 10 years, and in just a few minutes, the government found 36 billion for the army. Every political force, from the Socialist Party to the far right, voted in favor of this increase. La France Insoumise, of course, voted against it. When child welfare organizations ask for the 3 billion missing from child protection and social care budgets, the government tells us there is no money. In a country where 10 million people are living in poverty, the government has decided to cut 6 billion from hospitals, social security and education. But in a few minutes, they find 36 billion for the army and for war. And the French government is doing exactly the same as Starmer in Britain, Merz in Germany and Meloni in Italy. 3 days ago, French President Macron welcomed, French President Macron welcomed, Yes, it's what people want in France. Exactly. French President Macron welcomed Donald Trump with full honors at the Palace of Versailles, the Palace of the Kings of France. He welcomed the man who bears primary responsibility for the continuation of the genocide against the Palestinian people, the man responsible for the war against Iran, the man who kidnapped Maduro and who today threatens Cuba. And Macron, the little King Macron, dares to tell us we are living a great moment of peace. He is referring, of course, to the agreement between the United States and Iran. But meanwhile, the genocide of the Palestinian people continues. Meanwhile, ethnic cleansing continues, and it continues with the complicity of our governments. The United States and Israel have launched a war against Iran with global consequences. Israeli Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir has just declared Lebanon must burn, And today, Donald Trump is threatening Iran again. And meanwhile, for 4 years now, war has devastated Ukraine. While governments and arms manufacturers prosper, hundreds of thousands of people on both sides have been killed in this war. And we know that American imperialism, which is in crisis and in decline, and Donald Trump himself will not voluntarily abandon their objectives. US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth recently declared that the American military presence in Europe should be reconsidered. We all know what that means. Even greater pressure on European governments to increase military spending. For months now, in France, in Britain, and in Germany, we have been subjected to an intense propaganda campaign. They say we must prepare for a confrontation with Russia on the European continent. In last December, the Chief of Staff of the French Armed Forces declared that French people must be prepared to sacrifice their children. We reject this war propaganda, and we say we will never accept the sacrifice of our children. We say they won't go. Our governments are spending money to prolong wars and to expand wars. And I say this clearly. For people in France, for workers, for young people in France, in my country, the main danger, the principal danger is our government. And for example, in this moment, it is multiplying racist measures, passing laws that divide people along racial lines. It feeds racism and Islamophobia, and it feeds the growth of the far right. Yes, the revolutionary Karl Liebknecht was right when he said the main enemy is in our own country. Comrades, it is the mobilization of peoples united against their own governments that will stop the march towards war. And we say full and unconditional support for the Palestinian people. We say full and unconditional support for Russian deserters. And we say full and unconditional support for Ukrainian deserters. Full support for all those who are fighting to stop this machinery of death and destruction. I saw what dock workers have done to prevent weapons from being shipped to Israel. I saw the strike by young people in Germany against conscription. I heard what young people in my own country said. We will not go. Comrades, they show us the way forward. Because if we want to stop the march towards war, if we want to stop war budgets, then we must stop the war machine itself. And in this struggle, the responsibility of the trade union movement is enormous. There are a lot of unionists in this room, and it is very important. The forces exist within the trade union movement, despite of the major leaders who in my country, for example, behave as if everything were normal. The powerful mobilizations against the genocide of the Palestinian people demonstrate that people, and especially young people, don't want war. Our task, starting today with the big success of this conference in London, is to work to bring together and unite all those forces in the trade unions, in the political parties, in the associations and campaigns against war and against our governments. And now, comrades, place to the action. Thank you, comrades, and solidarity.
Thank you, Jerome, and thank you to all the comrades from France here today who are building such a magnificent movement against imperialism and war. Now, brothers and sisters, our next speaker has been at the heart of anti-imperialist politics in Britain and around the world for 60 years and more. He was in Grosvenor Square in the demonstration against the Vietnam War in 1968, and he was in Hyde Park in 2003 to speak against the Iraq War. Please give a very warm welcome to Tariq Ali.
Friends, I want to speak about three things today. One, on what is going on in the Middle East and neighboring zones at the very time that we are meeting here in solidarity with Palestine and other people oppressed by the Israeli government and their backers. What is happening is very interesting, is that there is now clearly, for the first time over the last 3 decades under presidents belonging from different parties in the United States, a division. It's not a permanent division, but it's a clear sign of a split with the Israelis who thought that they could get away non-stop with everything, and maybe they will. I don't want to say they won't, since they have so far. But the sections of the United States media, the young people in the Democratic Socialist Alliance who are in the Democratic Party are winning primary after primary. And why? It's linked to the struggle of the Palestinian people, their refusal to capitulate, their refusal to surrender, and the failure of the Israelis and the Americans and most of the European governments to destroy and crush the spirit of Palestine. So we have a fake ceasefire in Palestine, which people like to believe was real. We have Trump first going to address the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, to celebrate the ceasefire, but what they are celebrating is their triumph. They think they've got Gaza, they think they've destroyed everything, they think that now they can build property and tourist enterprises on the beaches of Gaza. They think that and they celebrate it. And Zionist billionaires are present in the Knesset, billionaires from the United States, and they exchange words with each other, congratulating each other. And the very next day, Trump flies to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt to meet with his Arab servants, the heads of these wretched dependencies that imperialism created in the Gulf, first Britain and then taken over by the United States. And he goes there, and they all celebrate the ceasefire, and the very next day, Israel bombs again, just to show who's in charge. And then they do something which they thought would be a rollover. They invade Iran. Before that, look, there is a genuine mass movement in Iran which wants civil liberties, etc., which I've supported for 30 years. But there is another movement which Trump now admitted they backed, they gave money to, they sent weapons to, and what does the American president say? A lot of the money and the rifles were taken away by the Kurds. We couldn't prevent that. But they admit what they're up to, you know? And so they hit Iran, thinking they'll topple the regime. They go in and assassinate its leaders. That's accepted in the Western media, accepted by so-called Western civilization. It's fine. Go and kill a few heads of state in the Middle East. Kidnap a few heads of states in South America. We can do it. And they thought that they had Iran, and then the Iranians did something which took them by surprise. They fought back. They fought back, they bombed Israel, and they hit US bases in all these Gulf states. First Saudi Arabia, then Kuwait, then Bahrain, and then Qatar. So what happens is the rulers in 3 of these states said, we don't want to be part of the American plans anymore, because they never thought that this could be done from within the region. And so we have a situation of stalemate now where the Americans want to do a deal, because the other thing the Iranians did, which was very clever, is close down the Straits of Hormuz. And at the same time, the Yemenis, the Houthis in Yemen, in Sana'a, closed down their part of the sea to all Israeli shipping. So when resistance comes, it does have an impact if it is handled properly. And so we will see now whether Netanyahu can be brought to heel, whether they're going to wait till the elections, hope that he will be defeated and another person can be put in charge, just like Starmer and Burnham in this country. And then we'll see, they say, how we'll carry on. But the impetus of triumphalism, that which the Israelis were boasting about, that has been breached, have no doubt about it. And I have friends in Jordan, Palestinian friends, who said that when the Iranian planes and drones went over Jordan to bomb in retaliation for what was done to them, Tel Aviv and Haifa, they said half the population of Amman was out onto the streets praying, saying, don't forget us, bomb us too, please. They didn't that time, they have recently. So that is the situation. It's a very critical situation, and we have to be aware of it, given the appalling, miserable reporting in the mass medias of all the European countries. The second point I want to make, which I don't need to make to a gathering like this, is that the solidarity movement with Palestine is unprecedented in world history. Unprecedented. I've been active for a few years now, and I tell you I've seen nothing like this. Both organized, like Stop the War, of which I've been a member and supporter and patron since they first went into Afghanistan in 2002, through the Iraq wars, through all the other wars, and finally this, the Palestine Solidarity Campaign, of course, and the springing up of oppositions through various groups in Europe, slowly but surely. And I would like, as an old campaigner myself, to pay a very warm tribute to the dock workers of Italy who have now organized 3 general strikes. That is the way to do solidarity, on different fronts, in different ways, and unite to put pressure on these wretched, corrupt politicians, regardless of which party they belong to. They are totally corrupt people. Most of them. I exclude the Spanish from this, of course. But I think most of the governments in Europe are linked financially to the big billionaires, and to Israeli millionaires. Non-stop. We are now seeing the evidence for it slowly coming out. And that is why, when a party emerges suddenly, but after working for years, like La France Insoumise, whose leader, is courageous, who fights back, who will not take any nonsense, who is attacked. I was in France 3 weeks ago having lunch with him, and he explained to me what the French press is doing. And I said to him, what you are doing is important not only for France, but for Europe as a whole. Because if and it's still a if, nothing is sure, but if Mélenchon gets into the second round, France will be polarized between fascism and everyone else. And that and it will be a victory not just for the French left, for French workers. It will be a victory for the Palestinian people as well, because he is one of the few leaders of a political party who has backed them openly. So what we are seeing now is a resistance.
Tariq, can you finish now, please? Can you finish now?
A resistance. What we are seeing now. You made me wait too long today, that's why I have to speak for 2 more minutes. A resistance. We are seeing a resistance on a global level, a resistance of solidarity represented by all of you. And we are seeing a political resistance slowly beginning to spring up. And at that time, they want to sack the head of the International Court of Justice, International Criminal Court, because he's gone too far in declaring Western politicians and Israeli politicians to be war criminals. They're accusing him of sex crimes. These are the people who've been working with Epstein for the last 10 years.
Thank you, Tariq. You need to stop now. Thank you. Thanks, Tariq.
So, comrades, friends, solidarity, and onward till we win, and may the victory to the Palestinians, whenever it comes, come. It will happen.
Thank you very much, Tariq. Our next speaker is Mariam Aslamdoush. She's the General Secretary of the TSSA, the Transport Salaried Staff Association, has been very outspoken against war for many, many years. Please make her very welcome.
Thank you, Louise. Comrades, sisters and brothers, Mariam Eslamdoust, General Secretary of the Transport Salaried Staffs Association. We represent transport and travel workers across Britain and Ireland, and we are proud to be one of the sponsoring trade unions for today's international conference against war. I will speak to you today from two perspectives. The first is as a trade union leader on the urgency of the anti-war movement as a trade union cause. The second, as an Iranian woman, witnessing my birth nation's victimization and resistance to the imperial war machine. So turning to the first priority of trade unionists resisting the relentless drive to war. Here in Britain, we are experiencing pressure towards war, which is reflected across Europe and the rest of the Western world. And this isn't just rhetorical pressure, nor is it just expressed in support of America's imperialist wars. Rather, our government is in a desperate drive for armaments. Their plan is to more than double military expenditure over the next few years, and they have made it very clear how they will pay for it. By cutting the very essentials of everyday life for workers, they're continually threatening to cut social security benefits for tens of millions of families who rely on that redistribution to survive in our cruel economy, even when they are in work. And more immediately, the British government has announced that every other department must slash their capital budgets to fund weapons purchases. In my industry, transport, we're particularly hard hit as transport spending is focused on capital investment. And our transport infrastructure crumbles in many places. We cannot afford to forego investment. Today, we mourn the death of a train driver killed yesterday in a collision which we believe was caused by failures of safety equipment and procedures. We can't afford more deaths caused by failure to invest. And the money being taken will not be spent on men and women serving their countries, but rather on big American toys, such as nuclear-armed F-35 jets, which Iran has proved are not even suitable for the needs of the unnecessary wars of today. Which brings me on to Iran. I'm a leader of a British and Irish trade union, but I'm also a proud Iranian woman. Thank you. A year and a week ago, as Israel launched its first open war in Iran, I promised that Iranians would not be bowed by this imperialist aggression. And I'm proud to say we have not been bowed. We have faced the most enormous tests, but the brave men and women and children of Iran have held our heads high and withstood two of the most powerful militaries of the world. So, as peace may be slowly blooming in Iran, we Iranians ask ourselves, dare we hope? Dare we hope that no more lives will be blighted by war? Dare we hope that future Iranian boys and girls will not grow up with the fear that Tomahawk missiles may one day come for them? Dare we hope, even while we mourn the precious children of Minab murdered by the US? Dare we hope just that Iran might be treated like a normal country? Dare we hope that we might be allowed to breathe, that sanctions might not constrict everything that our future generations do? Dare we hope that our people's minds might not be poisoned by propaganda satellite news channels? Dare we hope that in 5 years' time, if we mention we're Iranian, people will respond with the love of our food and our music, not cower away from some imagined terror? And I answer my question, yes, we do dare hope. Iran's resistance, Iranian people's enormous strength of spirit allows us to dare to hope. And if Iranians can hope, even after 47 years of strangulation and murder by the world superpower, then all of the people of the global south can hope as well. Our cousins in Cuba can hope, our sisters and brothers in Lebanon can hope, and our beloved Palestinians can hope. Conference, we dare to hope. Long live Iran, long live Cuba, long live Lebanon, and long live Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariam, and thank you for you and your union's support for our movement. I should let you know that at the end of this session, there will be a collection on the way out. Please give as generously as you possibly can, because obviously this hall and the other aspects to organising this are very expensive. So please, on the way out, there will be a collection, and give as generously as you can. Now, I need to offer an apology before the next speaker, because the next speaker is going to speak to you in Spanish, but unfortunately our Spanish translation service has had to go home, so we're not able to offer a translation. He'll speak to you in Spanish, which I appreciate many, probably most of you, will not understand. However, we should hear him. He's come over here to address you, and of course we will publish an English translation of his speech on the Stop the War website as soon as possible. So please give a welcome to Jordi Salvador Duch MP, representing the province of Tarragona for the Republican left of Catalonia and a former leader of the UGT trade union of Tarragona in Spain. Give him a warm welcome.
Good evening. Yo no soy von der Leyen. No soy von der Leyen. Tengo una hija y no quiero que mi hija vaya a la guerra, porque tampoco quiero que ninguna hija ni ningún hijo vaya a la guerra. Por esto estamos aquí, entre otras cosas. Camaradas, amigos de todos los pueblos, amigos de todos los pueblos, en marzo de 2013, en Tarragona, mi ciudad, organizamos una gran conferencia internacional como esta, contra la troika, contra los planes de austeridad y contra la guerra también. Y dijimos entonces, y el tiempo nos ha dado la razón, la troika, el capital, los gobiernos cómplices querían hacernos pagar su crisis, devolvernos 100 años atrás. Hoy son los mismos. La misma gente, la misma lógica, solo ha cambiado la excusa. Ayer recortaban en nombre de la deuda. Hoy rearman en nombre de la seguridad. ¿Pero qué seguridad? La suya. Y seamos claros, si hoy estamos en pie, es también por la resistencia heroica del pueblo palestino. Por esto el pueblo palestino nos ha convocado aquí, ya estamos aquí y vamos a dar la batalla por ellos. Hoy el capital no vive una crisis, vive una ofensiva, una huida hacia adelante, y su refugio es la guerra. Ya lo dijo Jean Jaurès hace más de 100 años, el capitalismo lleva la guerra dentro de sí como la nube lleva la tormenta. Es la guerra como negocio, la guerra como refugio del capital. Ya no saben qué hacer, no saben qué fabricar, no saben qué competir en el libre mercado que tanto creían. ¿Y el capital dónde se refugia? En las armas, en la industria militar. Es el refugio del capital, es un negocio. Convertir nuestras fábricas en máquinas de muerte. Lo llaman Rearm Europe, 800.000 millones de euros. Lo llaman seguridad, su seguridad. Lo llaman defensa, su defensa. Yo lo llamo rearme, guerra a favor del capital y guerra contra los pueblos. Ya en 2013 Lo dijimos, queremos una Europa solidaria con los pueblos, una Europa contra las guerras, contra toda injerencia, aunque la disfracen de ayuda humanitaria. Y quieren convencernos, con los argumentos del enemigo de clase, que las armas traen progreso, que crean buenos empleos. Es falso, es tremendamente falso, es muy falso. El sector militar crea menos empleo y peor que cualquier otro sector. Es pura propaganda. ¿Quieren un ejemplo? Los incendios ya han empezado de donde yo vengo. Para apagar el fuego que arrastra nuestros bosques tenemos 18 aviones. 18 aviones. En cambio, tenemos 150 aviones de combate para matar. Esto es lo que hay. Esa es su prioridad. Ese es su modelo de sociedad. Y todavía hay quien dice que la guerra produce mejores cirujanos. Todo vale para justificar la guerra, hasta el cinismo más obsceno. ¿Y cuál es nuestra responsabilidad? Primero, llevar la batalla a nuestra propia casa, a nuestros partidos, a nuestros sindicatos, a nuestras asociaciones. Aquí hay que llevar la batalla, llevarla como un virus que se contagia. Segundo, señalar a nuestros propios gobiernos, Nos dicen que el gasto social, las libertades y el gasto militar son compatibles. Es falso y 1000 veces falso. Su ataque es social, pero también es un ataque a nuestras libertades y a la libertad de nuestros pueblos. Los profesores, los sanitarios, están en la calle contra la congelación de sus sueldos. No hay la derogación en mi país de la ley Mordaza. ¿Por qué? Porque los jefes de la policía no quisieron. Aprobaron una amnistía para quienes dejaron votar al pueblo de Cataluña, mi pueblo. Nos pegaron y nos llevaron a la cárcel. Hicieron una amnistía y los jueces franquistas no la están aplicando. El mismo gobierno que arma la guerra niega el asilo a los héroes que desertan en Ucrania y en Rusia. ¡Viva los desertores de la guerra! Cada euro, cada misil es un euro robado a una escuela y a un hospital y a una vida. Tienen que servir por una sola cosa, multiplicar nuestra capacidad de acción. En cada país, en cada fábrica, en cada barrio ha de haber resistencia.
Can you stop now, please?
Okay. Ellos tienen aviones, nosotros tenemos los pueblos. Ellos preparan la guerra, nosotros organizamos la única paz verdadera. Ni un soldado, ni un euro para su guerra. ¡Viva la solidaridad internacional de los pueblos! ¡No pasarán! ¡No pasarán! ¡No pasarán!
Okay, thanks very much for that. Our next speaker is Eddie Dempsey. He's the General Secretary of the RMT, the National Union of Rail, Maritime and Transport Workers. Give it up for Eddie.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the organisers for this very important event. And I just want to start by drawing your attention, those of you who can see it, to my beautiful branch banner up there, the Paddington No. 1 branch of the RMT Union. Because on that banner is inscripted our motto: the liberty of the working class is the action of the workers. And I think that message underpins the business that we're dealing with here today in this important conference. My trade union has got a very proud history of international peace and international solidarity. We're railway workers, we're seafarers, we're welcome on every port on earth. Many of our friends are here today with us. We're an international union and we've always been on the right side of history. Many of our members worked to break the blockade against Spain during Franco's time. Many of our members fought in the international brigades and gave their life in defence of the Spanish Republic. Many of our members
took part in actions to stop the movement of military equipment and stop militarisation over and over again. And indeed, my first political act as a member of my union was to join the anti-war protests here, the biggest anti-war march we ever saw in this country against the Iraq war. We opposed the war in Iraq. We opposed the war in Afghanistan. We opposed the war in Libya and Ukraine and in Syria, and we opposed the war in Iran, and we opposed the genocide in Gaza, and we opposed the pogroms that are taking place in the West Bank. And we have always stood in solidarity with the Palestinian people against their occupation and dehumanisation. And we have always stood with the people of Cuba in support of their revolution and in solidarity with them. This conference is very important because there are some very important things that I think we need to get a grip of. We are in a period that feels to me much like the period before the First World War, and the dangers that face our planet and the peoples of the world couldn't be graver with the rise of militarisation, with the rise of warmongering right across the planet. It's important to us because spending on military and spending on war means there's less money for us here at home for our public services. Indeed, when the Defence Minister resigned recently, the Treasury spokesperson put a quote into one of the newspapers to say that his plans would have meant the cutting of school budgets and the closure of hospitals. And that's why we say welfare, not warfare. That's why we say wages, not weapons, because that's the reality of it. And it goes further than that. I don't think we've seen a period where our civil liberties have been more in danger. And that has been a trend right the way through history. The more war we see abroad, the more restrictive we see the clampdown on our rights and our civil liberties at home. When we see pensioners being rounded up and thrown into the back of police vans for opposing genocide, when we see people being arrested for saying things that all of us believe to be true, then we know we're in trouble. And these things are going to go further, because you've only got to have a look at what the previous Defence Minister wanted us to do. They wanted us to join a European Bank of International Investment purely for war. Those of you who remember the Euro crisis, so-called, where they wouldn't allow fiscal transfer for the peripheral states of Europe, Ireland, Portugal, Greece and Spain. They wouldn't allow money to be transferred for that. They wouldn't allow us to break the Fiscal Stability Pact for that. But are now prepared to do it in favour of war and militarisation. And what's more, we see the European Investment Bank using the central banks and commercial banks of Europe to provide loans for military and for war. I'll slow down. That's what we want them to do as well. We want them to slow down. What we see is a private military companies, the central banking system of Europe, being coordinated by our governments in the interests of militarism, which will mean less money for schools, for hospitals, for wages, for housing. And we're very proud in the RMT to have contributed towards this event and towards the construction, along with CND, of the Alternative Defence Review, because national security is not counted in missiles. It's counted in secure homes and good jobs and good pensions and decent health services and education for our kids and keeping our old people warm in winter. And I'll wrap up here. We regard this as an extremely important first step, which is why my union will be backing the call to action of trade unions around the world to take action together as a first step. And we believe we've got to develop that, because our bonds of solidarity which stretch this globe is the most important, powerful weapon that we've got. And we must unite the representatives of the working class around this world in the interests of peace, in the interests of justice, to stop the war machine before it's too late. So solidarity, international solidarity forever. Long live the workers of the world.
Thank you very much, Eddie, for that tremendous speech. and for all the support RMT gives to our movement. Our next speaker represents the fighting dock workers of Piraeus in Greece. Please give a very warm welcome to Georgios Gogos.
Dear comrades, dear friends, thank you on behalf of Dock Workers Union of Piraeus Port Authority. I'm bringing solidarity greetings from Piraeus. I want to thank organizers for the invitation and the perfect organization these 2 days. Solidarity, it's a magical word. It's a principle, it's a value for trade unions. We have been offered solidarity when we were fighting against privatization of our port in Piraeus. Now times have come that we have to show our solidarity, and we're doing this to the most vulnerable ones. Peoples who are suffering from the powerful ones like Palestinians, they suffer a genocide from Israeli. Cuba is suffering from United States with this irrational boycottage. Syrian people suffered from civil wars. Ukraine, the same. Iranian people now. So in Piraeus, what we succeeded to do is to support Cuba with a solidarity concert before 3 months, organized by more than 35 unions. We are blocking Israeli containers that are having inside military steel, that they are going to military industry of Israeli to make bombs to kill Palestinian people. We blocked their cruise ship, a cruise ship which is Israeli interest and is carrying among the passengers soldiers of IDF. In international level, as members of European Dock Workers Council, we are trying to form a common front against wars. We try to form a common front with other sectors too. European Union has introduced recently the European Port Strategy 2026, which integrates 2 components, military mobility and rearm Europe. They want to transform our ports, commercial ports, to military ports. No, we don't want it. We want to remain our ports bridges for people, for civilizations, for peace. And we will resist, and we'll try our best. What they want from us exactly? From our money, from the national budget, from our taxation, to pay their own weapons to kill our sons and daughters? No, we will not take it. No, we will not take it. And they are put in a dilemma in industry workers, which is not a dilemma, it's a blackmail. So as to keep your job, you have to make the bomb that will kill your son. Isn't it? Let's see it like this. It's a blackmail. No, we give them back this blackmail. In closing, please, when you go back to your countries, to your cities, to your unions, talk with your colleagues, talk with your base of your union, with the leadership. Persuade them to create a wide, broad front against warfare. Warfare is killing us, is killing our children. And don't forget, until it comes true, until it happens, don't forget to shout, "Free Palestine! Free!"
Okay. Our next speaker is Maurizio Coppola, who is here representing the Genoa Dockers. So please give him a very warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Dear comrades and friends, 8 months ago, I had the opportunity in Paris at the same International Against War conference that took place in Paris to speak about the ongoing general strikes and the movement for the liberation of Palestine against genocide and against war. I think it is important today, with 8 months of distance, to reflect again and recall what were the conditions in which these general strikes, 2 general strikes during 10 days, were capable to build. And I think we have to think about 4 elements, a combination of 4 elements that you have to underline. The first one, it is very clear. During 10 days, a mass movement took place in Italy. Families, students, even children took to the streets to say no to genocide, to say no to the involvement of the Italian government in this genocide. I think this was an extraordinary possibility and capacity of the Italian mass movement. The second element, radical actions. There were not just 2-hour strikes. There were not just like 8-hour strikes. It was a blocchiamo tutto, block everything. And this call went from the workplaces to the universities, to the schools, everywhere. Streets, airports, train stations, everything was blocked. 2 days of general strike with 2 really blocked, a country that was blocked totally from A to Z. A third element, and I think this is the most important one we have to take in consideration when we look also to the future struggle, is that the movement was led by the most advanced sector of the working class, the dock workers from Genoa, but not only, also from Livorno, Civitavecchia, and so on and so on. Without the working class, there is no movement against war and against militarization. The fourth element, and the last, is this movement was not a spontaneous movement. A long time organizing process was behind that. October 7 was not only the beginning of the genocide in Palestine, it was also the beginning of a development of consciousness, of awareness, what is going on there and what it means for our world, for our lives inside of the core state of capitalism. So the grassroots unions, the USB union organizing the dock workers, they involved themselves, they mixed themselves, they integrated into the movement against the genocide in Palestine. And not only just as a union, but also as a political actor, mobilizing, politicizing, and building the mass movement. The same is for the political organizations that want to break with this system, with capitalism, Zionism, and colonialism. They were there, day by day, handing out leaflets, hanging out newspapers, making political education. It was an organized movement, and this is also very important. Spontaneity cannot lead to such general strikes. It must be organized in advance. What does it mean for the future? I think it's important today, in the moment in which the movement is not so strong as it was before. It's clear. I mean, in October, they decided the so-called peace agreement for Gaza, what is not at all a peace agreement, but it was in a way also blocking the possibility to advance with the movement. It was a response to the movement. And now, today, we have to reinforce and to strengthen the capacity to get back to these 2 days we lived in September and October of 2025. And how can we do that? I think we have to have a clarity what concerns analysis and political positions. In Italy today, we see that there are explanations of this militarization that from our point of view are not the right explanations. It is not just like the fool king of Trump or the fool queen of Giorgia Meloni in Italy. pushing towards militarization. It is the crisis of the capitalist system that is demanding that imperialism is going deeper and deeper. This is the response of the ruling classes, of the bourgeoisie all over the world to the crisis of capitalism. If we do not connect this analysis with our capacity to mobilize, it is impossible to really break with this system, with capitalism and imperialism. So, our enemies is, of course, the government in our countries, but this is also the perspective of building an European army, an European defense system. It is also US imperialism and NATO. And this is the reason why it is so fundamental to meet in such moments and to deepen our analysis in order to strengthen the awareness, to strengthen the capacity of replicate what we had in 2025 in Italy, and then not only in Italy, but all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maurizio. Now, comrades, we are coming to the conclusion of this session. We've got one more speaker. After that speaker, there will be a re-showing of the film that some of you may have seen at lunchtime, but most of you wouldn't have done. That's called Gaza, a film directed and edited by Gabi Samara, with images by Peter Kennard and sound design by Gabi and original music by Brian Eno. So do please stay for that afterwards if you can. Can I, before introducing a final speaker, thank everyone who has attended this outstanding conference today, particularly all the comrades who've come from abroad, from across Europe and the world, to build the mighty anti-war movement that we need to resist the warmongers and build a world of peace based on the defeat of imperialism. So thank you, comrades from Stop the War Coalition. And it's now my pleasure to introduce our final speaker, the General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Belgium and a member of the Belgian Parliament, Peter Mertens.
Yeah. I'm from Belgium. I don't know. No, there is a sparkle in this room, and I'm glad to be part of this sparkle here in London, which is not a sparkle of London, but it's internationalist sparkle. And I will tell something to start from Belgium. In Belgium, every cabinet is in austerity. There is austerity on the public education, healthcare, public transport, etc., etc. Everywhere austerity. There is one exception. There's one cabinet that's not in austerity, but it's getting a lot of money, and that's, of course, the cabinet of defense. They will have 34 billion euros to spend in the next years. So it's party time in the Ministry of Defense. And so we asked the Minister of Defense, can we see your shopping list? You have 34 billion to spend. Can we see your shopping list? And we had the shopping list. And then we checked it. They were not commanding material to defend Belgium. It was not on their list. They were commanding killer drones. They were commanding F-35s. They were commanding frigates. They were commanding all kinds of material to intervene in the Congo, in Sahel. And so, dear comrades, they are not constructing a defense in Europe. They are constructing a new imperialist army with our money, and we have to say, no, European imperialism is not the answer to the US imperialism, dear comrades. It is a robbery, it is a scam, and there is a second robbery going on, the robbery on our democratic space, and they're doing it by the big reversal, by a great reversal. Everything that is normal is being abnormalized, being criminalized, and everything that should not be normal is today presented as normal. Instead of stopping the genocide in Gaza and stopping the arms deliveries to Israel, they prosecute activists for Palestine. Instead of doing everything to stop the war history in Europe, They call peace activists the fifth column, instead of condemning the far-right terror that spreads pogroms like in Belfast, and instead of stopping the hate networks of Elon Musk, they prosecute anti-fascists. That is the great reversal. And we say, stop, comrades. We are here to put the world back to its feet, on its feet. It is normal to demand an end at the genocide. It is normal to stand up against fascism. It is normal to fight for our jobs. It is normal to fight against war. It is normal to demand our future, dear comrades. And we are entering a new era, the beginning of the decline of imperialism, the beginning only, but there is no other balance yet, and so it's a messy time. We know that, comrades and friends, when in stable periods the balance of power seems fixed, that is, the big remains big and the small remains small. That's the stable periods. But in a turmoil like today, everything can change rapidly, and what seems untouchable can melt away very quickly, and what seems small today can grow very rapidly. And we are the sparkle, we are the small thing that will be growing all over Europe to say no to welfare, and no to warfare, and yes to welfare, dear comrades. And so, yes. No, a la guerra, it's Spanish. No, a la guerra. Let's start. There's a lot of talk, dear comrades, to finish, about hope. A lot of talk about hope. But hope is not some word being there. Hope is not some word in the future. Hope is not a word in a book. Hope is something we should build actively. Hope is mobilization, hope is organization, and hope is struggle. And so, look around, there's a sparkle here in London. There was a sparkle last week in Brussels when 12,000 manifested against the war. We are building something across Europe. You can be proud of yourself. We are not here to change capitalism. We are not here to change imperialism. We are here to change everything and to build socialism, comrades. La lucha continúa.
Well, thank you, comrades. Do stay and watch the film. Otherwise, have a safe journey home.